Chapter 876. In these few days, the grievances between the Huang clan and the Shao clan seemed to have been put aside first. It became the Yi clan and the Shao clan fighting to the death. All along, the Yi clan's attitude had been very bad, while the Shao clan was very innocent and confused and always wanted to explain some misunderstanding. But on that day, after 7th Master Shao woke up, the Shao clan's attitude had a 180-degree change. What the heck? Your Yi clan is too much of a bully. You rushed into our territory and killed our people. Now you actually have the face to come knocking on our door, like the guilty party complaining first? This is really intolerable. You really think that our Shao clan is easy to bully? After seeing the miserable state of 7th Master Shao, the entire Shao clan was furious. So, they fought fiercely with the Yi clan. Since then, the two clans were in a stalemate. Every day, there would be their own killers floating around in the huge black pine forest, looking for opportunities. They didn't manage to assassinate many big shots, but the killers themselves fought several times. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Wan Renjia explained the situation in front of him, then looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Fourth brother, how should we do it?" Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. What's the name of this supreme martial artist of the Yi clan? Who are the important figures in the Yi clan? You didn't mention this, so how would I know what to do? Wan Renjia hurriedly smiled apologetically. This is a little negligent. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. How can this be negligent? This supreme martial artist of the Yi clan is Yi Wangran. But I think he's just become a first-stage supreme martial artist, and his realm isn't very stable, Cheng Duing commented. Of course his realm is more stable than ours. As for the others, the important ones are the 8th master of the Yi clan, Yi Wuqian, and the 4th master of the Yi clan, Yi Wutian. These are Yi Wubua's 2 elder brothers. If we want to do it, we'll choose these 2. Wait. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. It's a little difficult to kill Yi Wuqian and Yi Wutian under tight protection. Moreover, this supreme martial artist won't allow them to be killed. So it's not easy, but if we can kill Yi Wangran directly, isn't this better? Kill Yi Wangran? The 4 of them looked at each other. She had never seen Yi Wangran in her life. Once she saw Yi Wangran, her soul would be shattered. Yi Wangran didn't gain his reputation by eating cabbages all these years. This person had a fierce reputation. Everyone else was cultivating in seclusion, but he was the only one who was active in Jianghu and never showed mercy when killing people. He had a ferocious personality. How could such a person, who is also a genuine supreme being, be easy to kill? The 4 of them thought highly of themselves and had just improved their cultivation. But even now, they admitted that they were no match for Yi Wangran. Even if it was a joint attack, this was because the 4 of them clearly knew that their supreme martial artists were fake. He had forcefully raised his cultivation to the level of a supreme being, but his spiritual realm and soul realm had yet to reach that level. Moreover, he didn't have any supreme being comprehension. These 4 people were definitely not a match for one supreme being. Only those who suddenly had the epiphany of being a supremacy and endured the baptism of the heavenly lightning could become a supremacy. Now, Chu Yang actually wanted to kill Yi Wangran with the strength of 4 people? Are you sure you're not sending us to our deaths? Wei Wuyan asked cautiously, "What are you talking about?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "Even if we can't kill him, if we cripple a supreme martial artist, it'll be a great blow to the Yi clan." "Absolutely, absolutely impossible." The 4 of them said in unison with a solemn look, "Brother, a supreme martial artist is different from other cultivations. Any sneak attack, plot, or trick are useless in front of a supreme martial artist's divine senses. If you want to defeat a supreme martial artist, you can only use your strength fair and square. Otherwise, why is it so difficult to become a supreme martial artist? Because this supreme martial artist's divine senses are fundamentally different from ordinary divine senses. I see. Chuyang could only admit that he was ignorant and inexperienced. Since this is the case, we can only do this. I'll lure Yi Wangren out, and you guys take the opportunity to kill him. No matter if it's Yi Wuqian or Yi Wuqian, as long as we kill or cripple one of them, we'll retreat immediately and meet at the agreed place. We'll leave immediately. Chu Yang said deeply, That won't do. Yi Wangran's cultivation isn't something you can deal with. Wan Renjie shook his head. To put it bluntly, even if Yi Wangran blows at you, he'll be able to kill you. I have my own ways to deal with this. Chu Yang laughed. I have a kind of magical technique that can imitate all kinds of auras. I can even imitate the aura of a supreme martial artist. You just need to tell me who are the high-level supreme martial artists in the Shao clan. I'll choose one to impersonate. Chu Yang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, his expression changed, and an indescribable majestic aura emerged. He said in a vicissitude tone, For little friends, where are you going? It's really the aura of a supreme martial artist, and his divine senses spread out, covering the sky and earth. Within this small area, it was even filled with the power to cause the mountains to crumble and the earth to split open. The four of them gasped at the same time. It's really powerful. Brother Wei, carry Lu are on your back and stay in the dark to support them, Chu Yang said to Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan nodded heavily. Don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt Lu. Chu Yang nodded. Let's start. The campsite of the Yi clan was shrouded in darkness. There were a total of 3 campsites arranged in a triangular formation, and all the trees nearby had been chopped down. Well, no, all the branches were gone, leaving only bare tree trunks. In such a dark night, one's hearing couldn't be deceived, but one's vision could be deceived. So, all the trees here had been cleared. When Chu Yang approached here, he finally understood the reason why Wan Renjie and the other 2 couldn't carry out the assassination after being reminded by the sword spirit. The surroundings of this campsite were filled with supreme martial artists' divine senses. From top to bottom, the supreme martial artists' divine senses were densely intertwined like a spider web. As long as one touched an invisible supreme martial artist's divine sense, the supreme martial artist who laid down the divine sense inside would be able to immediately identify whether the person was an enemy or a friend, and attack accordingly. I see. Chu Yang stopped in his tracks. Looking at the empty night in front of him, he gasped, Is this the real strength of a supreme martial artist? Yes, the sword spirit said. Only when one reaches this level can he be qualified to be called a supreme martial artist. The sword spirit also gasped and said, So Wei Wuyan and the others can't be considered as a supreme martial artist. The starting point of a supreme martial artist is the heavenly network's divine sense. The sword spirit said lightly, and to a supreme martial artist, this kind of divine sense doesn't have a problem of consumption. Instead, it's a kind of cultivation. So, there won't be any supreme martial artist who overworks himself. This is a supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly. This is the first supreme martial artist that you've come into contact with in the upper 3 heavens. Although he's only a first-grade supreme martial artist, although he's only a beginner. But I have to remind you that this supreme martial artist ability is at least 3 times that of Wei Wuyan and the other 3 combined. So, when you propose to kill this supreme martial artist, you're actually courting your own death, and the kind of death where you can't even fight back. It's already very polite of them that they didn't beat you up on the spot. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang somewhat mockingly. Chu Yang was a little embarrassed. It's my fault. I didn't understand the situation. I'll explain to them afterwards and apologize for my mistake. The sword spirit looked at him with some surprise and said, Yes, but it's fine as long as you say it clearly. There's no need to apologize. Chu Yang said lightly, I almost sent them to their deaths. How can I not apologize? Moreover, this kind of mistake is already very fatal once. This kind of mistake comes from my smooth sailing. It can be said that I'm spoiled. It may not necessarily not happen again in the future. If I make such a mistake again in the future and don't correct it in time, it'll be a huge sacrifice. Of course, I know that apologizing hurts my self-esteem, but it's precisely because my self-esteem is hurt this time that I can firmly remember this matter. The sword spirit was silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed. The reason why you can walk step by step to where you are today with your weak strength is indeed not luck. You often reflect on yourself 3 times a day, right? You didn't say it clearly in the past. So I saw that every time you succeeded, there seemed to be an element of luck. But now I finally understand that it's not luck. It's your exquisite calculations time and time again. Chu Yang nodded lightly. That's why I'm where I am today. And my personality is completely different from my previous life. Because this time the calculations will make my thinking more and more flexible and careful. Often reflecting on my mistakes and the conclusion after every adventure will let me automatically come up with the best countermeasure the next time I come into contact with the same situation. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Actually, this is what I'm relying on. Having this is already the most amazing thing. The sword spirit praised sincerely. This is something even more terrifying than the supreme martial artist's divine consciousness on the stone wall. Because a supreme martial artist may not realize his mistakes, but you can realize it from time to time. This is because I treat myself as an enemy. Chu Yang said deeply, and they don't. The sword spirit chewed on the meaning of the sentence. Suddenly, from this sentence, he understood Chu Yang's deep regret, treating himself as an enemy. From this sentence, it could be seen how much Chu Yang regretted his actions in his previous life, how much hatred. This may not only be because of Mo Qingguo. There were many other factors as well. While he was thinking, Chu Yang's consciousness had already sunk into silence. The sword spirit took a deep breath, took over Chu Yang's body, and operated the 1,000 Phantom technique with all his strength. According to his own memory, he created a 3rd stage supreme martial artist aura. He kept a part of his divine consciousness that had merged with Chu Yang's and sent the rest out like a raging wave. Everyone in the Yi clan was in their own tents. On the surface, there were more than 200 experts sitting cross-legged and practicing martial arts. In such a tense situation, no one dared to really fall asleep. Just at this moment, suddenly, everyone's countenance changed greatly at the same time. From afar, a strong aura swept over like a flash flood. The clouds that passed by in the sky suddenly split apart and disappeared into nothingness. Supreme martial artist expert. Immediately, an aura full of vicissitudes of life and loneliness surged, and a bleak voice said lightly, Yu Wangran, come out and have a chat with me. How about it? 3rd update, begging for monthly votes. Today is Sister Yun Shichi's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday and wish her a happy life. At the same time, I hope that everyone can give their blessings to Sister Yun in the comment section and show the warmth of our proud family. I thank everyone on behalf of Sister Yun. Chapter 877. This faint voice didn't contain much power, but it floated out calmly, and everyone could hear it clearly. Although the voice was faint, it was full of loneliness and boredom. It was as if he was facing hundreds of experts of the Yi clan, but he still couldn't raise his spirits. Everyone woke up at the same time. They walked out of the tent and looked up, for to 500 feet away, on the top of a big tree, a lonely figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. His black robe fluttered in the wind. It gave people the feeling that this person would fly away with the wind at any time and return to the vast world. This senior is Yi Wutian, the 4th master of the Yi clan, raised his voice and asked, May I know why Senior is looking for our ancestor? The man in black looked up at the sky and his robe fluttered. Then he slowly lowered his head and looked at Yi Wu-tian, giving him a deep look. When Yi Wu-tian's eyes met with the other party's, he suddenly felt that the other party's eyes had turned into the night sky full of stars. In an instant, he actually saw stars, and a feeling of dizziness rose from the depths of his divine soul. Although his body was still, his divine soul seemed to have been turned upside down. Yi Wu-tian couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand and close his eyes hard. He moaned, "Senior," he couldn't speak anymore, but the others were all shocked. Although Yi Wu-tian only called out a form of address, everyone knew that this short word was already begging for mercy. Yi Wu-tian, who was known to be lawless, actually became like this under the other party's gaze? Then it was obvious what kind of realm the other party was in. The man in black raised his head again and looked at the bright moon in the sky with a somewhat melancholy look. After a long time, he said lightly, "Yi Wangran, if you don't come out, I'll go in." His voice was faint, but the threat in his tone was obvious. "If you don't come out, I'll kill my way in. I'll kill all of you in one go. If you don't want your Yi clan to die here, then come out obediently." This sentence wasn't spoken out, but everyone in the Yi clan clearly felt the existence of this sentence in their hearts. At the same time, a trace of murderous intent floated between heaven and earth, as if it was gradually spreading. His killing intent was faint, as if it was not there at all. The black-clothed man on the treetop sighed softly with a hint of helplessness. Everyone understood what this sigh meant. Sigh, I still can't control my murderous aura freely. My cultivation is still not high enough. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Only supreme martial artists of the 5th grade and above could vanquish the killing intent into nothingness. The black-clothed man in front of him had already achieved the level of faintly discernible, yet he was still not satisfied. A deep voice rang out from the Yi clan's camp. Such a decisive battle was originally meant for the younger generation to vent their anger, and for us older generation to train our troops. Your Shao clan actually sent out an expert like you? There was some dissatisfaction in his voice. Clearly, he was blaming the Shao clan for making a big fuss over nothing. "Huh?" asked the older generation. The man in black on the treetop let out a faint chuckle. "Yi Wangran, who's from our older generation." Yi Wangran said, "Isn't it us?" The black-clothed man on the treetop fell silent. The next moment he suddenly shouted with the power of his divine soul, "Yi Wangran!" With this shout, all the experts of the Yi clan simultaneously felt that a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared in their divine souls. After a loud roar, the sea of blood suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The bright red color of blood connected with the sky and the earth, and there was no other color. They couldn't help but close their eyes suddenly, and their bodies swayed twice. For a long time, they didn't dare to open their eyes. Their faces were full of horror. With a swoosh, a black shadow flew out from the Yi clan's camp. It flew up lightly and stayed close to the ground for 300 feet. Then, with a graceful turn of its body, it turned and rushed upwards. Like a rocket, it rushed to a height of 500 feet, and then flew backwards. It actually widened the distance again, and landed on the top of a big tree 300 feet away from the black-clothed man. All the movements were done in one go. First, it flew at a low altitude, then turned and rose, then retreated and stood firm. It didn't even take a breath. This kind of body movement was indeed more agile than a bird. But Yi Wangran, who had this kind of body movement, looked very serious. Looking at the black-clothed man opposite him, he took a deep breath and said, "What a strong divine soul!" The black-clothed man snorted and said, "Yi Wangran, which generation of the Yi clan are you from?" Yi Wangran straightened his body and said, "I'm from the 15th generation of the Yi clan. I'm the direct descendant of the Yi clan, and I'm ranked first." Although he still didn't admit the other party's identity as a senior, he answered the other party's question truthfully. In fact, this was already a kind of attitude. I'm lower in seniority than you. The black-clothed man said, Oh, 15th generation. Well, I remember that I'm from the 50th generation of the Shao clan. Huh. I didn't expect that the 15th generation of the Yi clan has also become a supreme martial artist. He seemed to be at a loss again. After a long time, he asked, How's Senior Yi Di? Yi Wangran was silent for a while, then said, Elder is fine. He wasn't sure of the other party's identity now, but he didn't dare to be uncertain. So he could only answer vaguely, Well. The black-clothed man seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Wangran's answer. He sighed and said, How many years has it been? The moon is still the moon. This sentence made Chu Yang, who was hiding in the tribulation space, almost laughed out loud. If the moon isn't the moon, could it have become the sun? Yi Wangran actually had the same feeling. He also sighed and said, Beautiful women have white hair, while heroes have white bones. For thousands of years, only the moon hasn't changed, the black-clothed man said lightly. What hasn't changed is the heavenly law. Yi Wangran was shocked. He finally said, respectfully, Thank you for your teaching, Senior. You're right. What hasn't changed is the heavenly law. The black-clothed man nodded with relief. You're worth teaching. He still looked at the moon with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice was ethereal as he said, Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The moonlight shines on everything. I suddenly felt a little lost, so I wanted to come out for a walk. Yi Wangran said respectfully, Yes. The black-clothed man continued lightly. The feud between the Yi clan and my Shao clan has been going on for a long time, but both sides have always been friendly. Even if there's a matter of life and death, we've never made a big fuss. Yi Wangran, do you know why? Yi Wangran became respectful and said, Back then this ancestor swore in front of the tribulation sword that all my grandchildren would be brothers forever. If there's any unfilial behavior, the big clans will kill them together. The black-clothed man nodded slowly. After I came out from my closed-door training, I looked at the moon from afar and felt touched. But I heard that your Yi clan had launched a large-scale invasion, so I decided to come out for a walk. Yi Wangran complained in his heart, You came out for a walk, but don't come to me. How can I bear to see you come out for a walk? I suddenly knew that someone from the Yi clan was called Yi Wangran. The black-clothed man's clothes fluttered silently in the air. He also laughed silently. So my Wangran came to talk to you. Yi Wangran's face turned bitter. He thought it's because of my name. He asked, May I know who you are? The black-clothed man laughed. I'm from the 50th generation, ranked 10th. Now do you know who I am? Yi Wangran's face changed instantly. He became even more respectful and said, So you're 10th Master Shao, who is known as the one who broke the heavens with a single sword. Back then, the three venerables of Heaven Wasteland ran amok in the southeast and claimed to be invincible. 10th Master Shao was ordered by his clan to kill these three people. He only used a single sword to make the arrogant three venerables of Heaven Wasteland bow down to him and disappear from the martial world. That sword is said to be called Earth-Shaking. The black-clothed man seemed even more lonely. He said bleakly, The past is the past. Why mention it? Yi Wangran said yes. The black-clothed man stood quietly and motionlessly, as if he was immersed in his memories. He didn't move. Yi Wangran didn't dare to move. He didn't speak. Yi Wangran didn't dare to speak either. The divine soul power that the other party had shown had completely shocked him. Yi Wangran now believed 1000% that this black-clothed man in front of him was the 10th Master Shao of the Shao clan, who once ran amok in the upper three heavens among millions of experts. It was said that after him, although every generation of the Shao clan's grandsons would surpass this number, no one dared to be ranked 10th. Ever since the 10th Master Shao used a single sword to break the heavens, he had kept this ranking for himself forever. In the face of such a legendary figure, even Yi Wangran, a supreme martial artist, had to respect and fear him from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, this black-clothed 10th Master Shao flicked his sleeves and floated away from the treetops. He floated towards the distance of the vast night, leaving behind a faint sentence, "Follow me." He floated away without looking back. Yi Wangran didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately followed up. The speed of this 10th Master Shao in front wasn't fast. At least, in the eyes of Yi Wangran, this supreme martial artist, such speed was really nothing. It was only the speed of a saint. He couldn't understand why this 10th Master Shao had to travel at such a slow speed since he wanted to talk to him. But this 10th Master Shao had his hands clasped behind his back all the way, facing the bright moon and clear sky. It seemed that as he walked, he was reminiscing, feeling melancholy and comprehending. The other party's otherworldly attitude made Yi Wangran not dare to act rashly, let alone disturb him. He could only follow the other party's speed. He obediently stayed 200 feet behind him and followed him patiently. Yi Wangran, what do you think of the mountains and rivers in the southeast? As they floated, this 10th Master Shao spoke again. Once he spoke, it was as if he was testing him. Yi Wangran looked around from a high altitude and praised. The mountains and rivers are magnificent, lofty, and steep, and the confluence of heaven and earth. It's really a first-class scenery in the world. It's no wonder that the Shao clan can produce so many heroes in such a beautiful place. Huh. With a faint laugh, this 10th Master Shao shook his head lightly. Elder, what do you mean? Yi Wangran humbly asked for advice. Back then, I was fortunate enough to follow Elder Yi Di to tour the mountains and rivers. At that time, Elder Yi Di once asked me, 10th, what do you think of my mountains and rivers? 10th Master Shao said lightly. Yi Wangran's spirits were instantly lifted. He said, then, how did you answer back then? The two figures floated quietly from a high altitude like flowing clouds. At this moment, Yi Wangran clearly felt that there were 4 powerful auras hidden below. But 10th Master Shao didn't react, so Yi Wangran also pretended not to know and flew over with a swoosh. It's just 4 martial saints. Since 10th Master Shao had come in person, how could he launch a sneak attack? Yi Wangran had unconditional trust in this elder's elegant demeanor. Not only him, but everyone in the big clans also trusted him. Once such a peerless expert made a move, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. How could he launch a sneak attack? Moreover, Yi Wangran was now full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He knew that since the other party had said this, he was going to give him some advice. Usually, a word from such an expert was better than decades of hard work. How could Yi Wangran let go of such an opportunity? 10th Master Shao seemed to have a faint smile on his face. After floating for a few miles like a breeze, he said, back then when Elder Yi Di asked me this question, I was thinking about why he asked me this question. He said lightly, but when I asked you just now, you answered without hesitation. So, this shows that you didn't think about it. Yi Wangran instantly sweated profusely. One of them took the initiative to think about it, while the other didn't. The difference between them was huge. Elder, please give me some advice. Yi Wangran only felt a gust of cold wind blowing on his body. He actually felt the coolness of autumn at this moment. Back then, after I thought about it, I replied, both due and southeast have a long history, 10th Master Shao said with a faint smile. Yi Wangran started to ponder. Both due and southeast have a long history. The meaning of this sentence wasn't small at all. It was obvious that he wanted to compare the Shao clan with the Yi clan. Moreover, he said this sentence in front of Elder Yi Di. This 10th Master Shao was really very daring. I wonder what Elder Yi Di said at that time. As he thought about it, he asked, Elder, may I ask what Elder Yi Di said at that time? 10th Master Shao smiled lightly and shook his head. He said, Elder Yi Di said, 10th Master Shao is indeed a man of great talent with eagle eyes and wolf eyes. A man of great talent with eagle eyes and wolf eyes. Yi Wangran's heart shook. He seriously pondered over the sentence. This sentence was obviously somewhat derogatory, but also somewhat commendatory. What did Elder Yi Di mean by saying this? He thought for a long time, but he didn't have an answer. Finally he asked, Then, what do you think of my answer just now? This sentence seemed to be comparing him with that 10th Master Shao at that time. He wanted to know what was the gap between them. The two of them were like flowing clouds and breezes. Unknowingly, they had already drifted past 4 or 5 mountains and were far away from the black pine forest. Chapter 878 Part 7 Chapter 154 Exposed 10th Master Shao was still moving forward calmly, but he sped up a little. He said lightly, As for your answer, Yu Wangran said modestly, How is it? From the simplest sentence, you can tell a person's nature. 10th Master Shao laughed and shook his head. The more casual the question is, the more sincere the answer will be. This sentence of yours is pure flattery. 10th Master Shao smiled lightly. You're a little hypocritical. Such a character is a big obstacle to martial arts. You must be careful. Yi Wangran's heart skipped a beat. He said, A big obstacle to martial arts, 10th Master Shao said indifferently. You might think that when you see a person, you speak the human language, and when you see a ghost, you speak the ghost language. When you meet a person, you speak only 30% of your words, and you don't completely throw away your heart. You'll even be complacent, but you've neglected that since you won't be at a disadvantage, you won't be able to take advantage of others. Yi Wangran surrendered willingly. Elder, what you said is very reasonable. 10th Master Shao smiled lightly. So, your future is not optimistic. If you're likely to destroy yourself. Yi Wangran's whole body shook. He said, Elder, you mean? 10th Master Shao looked at him deeply. He stopped for the first time and said lightly, Your achievements will stop here for the rest of your life. Yi Wangran looked defeated and murmured, Stop here for the rest of my life. 10th Master Shao stopped. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked at the mountains and valleys under his feet and said, What do you see? Ah. Yi Wangran was at a loss. What do you think this place is? Asked 10th Master Shao. This place is... Yi Wangran looked up, but found that he didn't recognize the surrounding scenery at all. He had unknowingly run for a long distance. You, 10th Master Shao, smiled lightly and commented, You're too focused on your head. The latest chapter of martial yin-yang. Yi Wangran blushed with shame and said, Just now I was only focused on listening to your teachings and actually neglected it. 10th Master Shao chuckled and said benevolently, And let's go back. It should be about time now. This old man is also going back to cultivate in seclusion. If you go back and see Senior Yi Di, please send my regards. Yes. Elder, what do you mean by it's about time? Yi Wangran faintly felt that something was wrong. 10th Master Shao floated up and chuckled. Your Yi clan has gone overboard this time, so this old man will let them teach you a lesson first. I had no choice but to lure you out. It should be done by now. Yi Wangran was shocked and dumbfounded. Elder, you. He was both shocked and furious. He never imagined that such a senior would actually use such a despicable method. 10th Master Shao smiled faintly. His sleeves fluttered, and he flew up to a mountain. Yi Wangran will meet again someday. Yi Wangran was so angry that his whole body trembled. He finally understood the other party's trick. Suddenly he yelled, stretched out his hands and shouted, I'm so pissed off! With a boom, the whole mountain in front of him was lifted up into the air by him. Although he was furious, he also knew that the cultivation of this 10th Master Shao wasn't something that he could deal with. It was already considered very good that 10th Master Shao didn't take the opportunity to deal with him now, so of course he didn't dare to find trouble with this 10th Master Shao. He just made a move casually to vent his anger, and was about to go back. But at the moment when he turned around, he found that 10th Master Shao actually staggered a little under the effect of his ability to lift up the mountain. He even looked a little embarrassed. Then he continued to float up at the speed of a saint. Yi Wangran was stunned. What's going on? His cultivation is much higher than mine. How can such a situation happen? Immediately, a terrifying thought arose in Yi Wangran's heart. Could it be that this is a trick? As soon as he thought of this, his heart suddenly thumped. He no longer hesitated and chased after 10th Master Shao. Elder, take care. I still have something to ask you. 10th Master Shao, who was in black, paused for a while. Then he finally stopped. He slowly turned around and said calmly, Yi Wangran, do you want to attack me? As he spoke, the powerful divine power suddenly surged. Yi Wangran instinctively paused and felt a little uncertain. He thought, if he's a fake, how can his divine power be so powerful? He couldn't help but have some misgivings. He said, Elder, I don't really understand what you're saying. So may I ask? 10th Master Shao laughed and said, Yi Wangran, are you doubting my identity? Yi Wangran's thoughts were seen through by 10th Master Shao. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He said, I don't dare. 10th Master Zhao's gaze turned into lightning. He looked at Yi Wangran quietly, making Yi Wangran flustered. After a long time, 10th Master Shao asked coldly, What do you not understand? Yi Wangran murmured, I'm just concerned about your body. I heard that you came to my Yi clan to look for elixirs when you were injured 300 years ago. Have you found them? If you haven't, I've brought some with me this time. The sword spirit was instantly stunned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. He didn't know whether this matter was true or not. It should be a test, but should he say that he had them or not? This was a simple question, but the sword spirit and Chu Yang were stumped. If they didn't answer well, this guy in front of them was a supreme martial artist. Even if the sword spirit and Chu Yang joined forces now, they were definitely not his match. There shouldn't be such a thing. Chu Yang pondered. 300 years ago, this 10th Master Shao already had the cultivation of at least a second-stage supreme martial artist. He was in closed-door meditation every day. Who could hurt him? Besides, even if he was really injured, would he still need to go to the Yi clan to look for elixirs? The sword spirit thought for a while and felt that what Chu Yang said was reasonable. He snorted and said, What injury? Which level have I been injured before? Yi Wangran, you're really inexplicable. You actually used such a clumsy method to test me. Forget it. Seeing that you're young and ignorant, I won't argue with you. Go back quickly. Yi Wangran's face changed instantly. It became grief and indignation, and there were signs of hysteria. There was a kind of extreme anger. He stared at the sword spirit and gnashed his teeth. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I really hate it. The sword spirit knew that something bad was going to happen. He forced himself to calm down and shouted, Yi Wangran. Good junior. Yi Wangran was extremely indignant. It's ridiculous that I've been deceived by you for so long. If I don't take revenge for this, how can I face the world? You're actually so daring to deceive me. The sword spirit shouted coldly. Yi Wangran, how dare you be rude to me? He still thought that he was lucky and acted like a senior. Yi Wangran looked up and laughed miserably. You still want to continue deceiving me? Ha ha ha. It's really ridiculous. 700 years ago, Xiaoshi suffered from qi deviation. He came to my Yi clan to ask for the soul-returning frost to save his life. He couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud roar, he slapped his palm towards Yi Wangran. The sword spirit and Chu Yang groaned at the same time. Damn it, Such a thing actually happened to Xiaoshe. Man proposes, God disposes. The sword spirit laughed and said, "You're smart. But it's not a wasted trip to make you, Yuangran. Follow me like a dog and call me senior all the way." Ha ha ha! He spread out his body and flew out like a stream of light. Yi Wangran was so angry that his face directly changed shape. With a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, he chased after him crazily. "If I don't capture you alive today and let you taste the cruelest torture in the world, I, Yi Wangran, have really lived in vain." The sword spirit had just flown out when Yi Wangran caught up with him. He stretched out his big hand, and the wind and clouds in the sky instantly condensed into a huge hand that was thousands of feet wide. Then it grabbed down fiercely. The sword spirit and Chu Yang groaned at the same time. Originally, the two of them were still complacent. This time, not only had they completed the task perfectly, but they had also planted an inner demon in Yi Wangran's heart that your cultivation will stop at this level forever. What a good thing. Damn it. How did I get seen through at the last moment? What should I do now? Not to mention anything else, I'm absolutely unable to resist this grab of his. He forcibly used the power of his divine soul and let out a sharp roar, which stimulated Yi Wangran's divine soul fiercely. Yi Wangran's divine soul was shaken, and his big hand stopped in the air. The sword spirit's body slid out like a fish in water. He recklessly launched a mad dash at full speed. With a hissing sound, a faint white smoke appeared in the air. Then it disappeared rapidly in the air and became smaller. Yi Wangran snorted and became even more resentful. "Although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you've had that caused the power of your divine soul to be so strong, your cultivation is still too weak." At this moment, the two of them were already thousands of feet apart, but Yi Wangran's words were still extremely clear. Every word seemed to explode beside the sword spirit's ears, as if they were going to drill into his ears. The sword spirit didn't utter a single word. He just continued to advance at full speed. Wherever he could, he would definitely turn. His body was as agile as a spirit snake. He constantly changed his angle and direction. Every time he changed his angle and direction, his speed would increase a little. All of a sudden, Yi Wangran shouted from behind, "Stop!" With this shout, there seemed to be a sudden gust of wind and clouds surging behind him. The sword spirit turned a deaf ear to him and continued to run. But the next moment, the wind and clouds suddenly gathered in front of him. The spiritual energy of the world fluctuated wildly. In an instant, it formed a collapsing field. The sword spirit shouted, "Oh no!" Then, for big words appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy of the world and the wind and clouds in the sky gathered together to form 4 big words, which came crashing down on him. Each character was dozens of feet tall and dozens of feet wide. They came from 3 different directions, carrying with them a thunderous, destructive aura as they crashed down with a rumbling boom. They were the 4 words that Yi Wangran shouted just now. "Give. Me. Stop. Down. I've been busy for the whole day. Tomorrow is an important day. Aunt Feng's birthday. What makes me most speechless is that I've been framed. A brother gave Aunt Feng his own account as a gift and even attached a link to it. I can imagine what this is for. God knows what kind of misery I've been in for the entire afternoon, run away in tears." Chapter 879. For big words came down with a loud bang. The sword spirit roared. With the calamity sword in his hand, he suddenly launched the move killing the whole world. With a loud sound, a big hole was blasted out between the words "stop" in front. The sword spirit controlled Chu Yang's body to pass through this hole and fly rapidly. But with this delay, Yi Wangran had already caught up to him within 1,000 feet. Net of nets. No matter where you go, don't think of escaping. Yi Wangran roared again. 11 big words came down in front of him again. The sword spirit broke through again and shouted, "Yi Wangran, if you don't go back now, your Yi clan members will all be killed." Yi Wangran laughed with grief and indignation. "Even if they're all killed, don't think of surviving." The sword spirit ran away speechlessly. "This guy is crazy." Two figures, one in front and one behind, were flying rapidly in the air. It could be seen that Yi Wangran was getting closer and closer to the figure in black in front. The distance between them was getting shorter little by little. This was the sword spirit. If it were any other martial saint expert, he would have already been captured by Yi Wangran, no matter where the sword spirit level appeared. All of them were wonderful beyond compare, but the gap between him and the opponent was really too big. No matter what, he couldn't get rid of the opponent. Yi Wangran was already mad with anger. He was actually fooled like this. This was simply a great humiliation. The sword spirit had a clear goal. He had to rush to the Shao clan's camp no matter what. There were no supreme martial artists in other places, but there must be in the Shao clan's camp. The sword spirit controlled Chu Yang's body to sway in the air. With a whoosh, 3 figures appeared and dashed in 3 directions. Yi Wangran roared and launched 3 consecutive palms. The 3 figures were instantly smashed into space fragments. The distance between them and the sword spirit was also pulled apart by 100 feet. "Stop! Stop! 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 Stop!" Yi Wangran roared 5 times in a row. The spiritual aura in the air surged. The wind and clouds were turbulent, and 5 big mountains appeared consecutively in front of the sword spirit. The sword spirit had no choice but to activate the power of his divine soul and launch the calamity sword to rush over. Net of nets. High up in the sky, it was a marvelous sight. Numerous misty mountains suddenly appeared, and then a stream of light suddenly rushed in, smashing a large hole in the misty mountain, and quickly went out. Behind it, a similar black shadow chased after it like lightning, one in front and one behind, like 2 connected black lines. After the 2 of them passed by, the misty mountains behind them began to crumble, letting out thunderous sounds, and then dark clouds began to gather. In front of them was a clear sky with white clouds drifting about. Behind them, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It formed a peculiar landscape. It was getting closer and closer. Only 800 feet left. Only 700 feet left. Only 500 feet left. Suddenly, the sword spirit's body tensed up. He heard that Yi Wangran seemed to be taking a deep breath behind him. In an instant, there was a feeling of the air being sucked dry, as if the space behind him had completely turned into a bottomless black hole. The sword spirit roared, and his body swayed for a while. Then the sword light suddenly bloomed into a peacock that spread its wings and was about to fly. At the same time, Yi Wangran, who was behind him, punched out. From the position where he punched out to 300 feet in front of the sword spirit, a dark passage suddenly appeared. It was a full 100 feet wide and a full 100 feet tall. At this moment, the sword spirit's sword light had turned into a peacock and flown up. Most of the peacock's body had already flown out, and it was only a little bit away from completely flying out of the black hole. But it was finally affected. With a snap, the peacock formed by the sword light suddenly scattered in the air. It turned back into a black-clothed figure again and flew forward. The sword spirit was controlling Chu Yang's body. This blow didn't cause much harm to Chu Yang's body, but to the sword spirit's divine soul, it was a great impact. Chu Yang even clearly felt the sword spirit's weakness at the moment of impact. Net of nets. Ever since Chu Yang got the calamity sword and possessed by the sword spirit, he had never seen the sword spirit being so weak in a battle. The sword spirit roared, and suddenly said hurriedly, "There's still 17,000 feet left to the Shao clan's camp. I'll use a secret method to burn my divine soul and rush there in an instant to get rid of him. Then I'll have to rest. You take over the body and act according to the situation." Chu Yong said, "Okay, I'll hold him back." The sword spirit smiled lightly. The next moment, his body suddenly emitted a blazing white light, and then he suddenly accelerated, flying forward at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. Yi Wangran was shocked. In his eyes, the black figure in front of him suddenly accelerated, and then disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye at a speed that he couldn't catch up with. "Burn your divine soul?" Yi Wangran snorted coldly. "Do you think you can run away after burning your divine soul? The Shao clan's camp is in front of you." He chased after the sword spirit with a murderous look. In the Shao clan's camp, everyone's eyes were fixed on the strange scene in the sky. Some of the more experienced and knowledgeable people had already guessed. This must be a battle between two peerless experts in the sky. Before they finished speaking, a black-clothed figure suddenly fell from the sky with a sharp sound. When they first saw him, he was just a small black dot, but then he turned into a person and landed in the camp. With a loud bang, dust and smoke filled the air. "Who's there?" Everyone shouted in unison, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But this black-clothed man had already shouted anxiously, "Quickly get out of the way and hide! Yi Wangran is coming." Hearing this sentence, the Shao clan instinctively thought, "Is this person one of us?" Then they realized the seriousness of this matter. Yi Wangran is coming. He's a supreme martial artist. How can we resist him? The black-robed man's body flashed, and he entered a thicket. Then he disappeared. Everyone still wanted to ask, but they saw a figure falling rapidly from the sky. With a hideous smile, he said, "The Shao clan's camp? Do you think I won't be able to find you after you enter the camp?" Suddenly, with a loud bang, he landed on the ground. The strong shock caused all the tents in the Shao clan's camp to fly up into the air at the same time. Many of the Shao clan's experts were also sent flying at the same time, turning into flying people in the air. More than 10 people were sent flying up into the air uncontrollably and vomited blood in the air. Yi Wangran waved his hand, and his sleeves rolled up in the air. Instantly, the dust and smoke disappeared completely. His eagle-like eyes looked at everyone in front of him slowly, and he shouted, "Come out!" 8 people lined up in a row, like 8 iron towers, solemn and mighty. They strode out. "Senior Yi," Yi Wangran said angrily, "who's the one who pretended to be mysterious just now? Come out." The 8 people looked at each other and asked, "May I know which one Senior Yi is referring to?" Yi Wangran flew into a rage. "How would I know which one? Why, your Shao clan doesn't dare to admit what you've done?" The 8 people were confused at the same time. The leader was also an 8th stage martial saint. He was usually proud and arrogant. Now that he was reprimanded by Yi Wangran like this, he couldn't bear it. He sneered and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Yi Wangran smiled. "I'll let you understand." Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed this person's neck from hundreds of feet away. He pulled him over and shouted, "Do you understand now? Third elder brother, third master." The others were shocked. They rushed up anxiously at the same time. But that third master was a tough nut to crack. Although he was grabbed by Yi Wangran, he was still unyielding. He forced himself to breathe and sneered. "Why, Senior Yi, do you dare to kill people? This is the southeast region." This sentence completely annoyed Yi Wangran. Yi Wangran laughed wildly. "Your Shao clan lured me away. But could it be that you've done something good to my people? You dare to kill people, but do you think I don't dare to? Third master of the Shao clan." He. As he said, the murderous look on his face became more and more intense. He wanted to pinch this person to death. Yi Wangran, stop! With a shout, a dignified old man in brocade clothes with long eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes suddenly appeared in front of Yi Wangran. He said lightly, "What happened?" "Why, Master Yi of the Yi clan, who's said to be unshakable, actually became so furious. His words were filled with a mocking tone, and he wasn't afraid of Yi Wangran at all. Obviously, he was a figure of the same generation as Yi Wangran. Fifth Master Shao, it turns out that you're secretly in charge of this operation. Yi Wangran looked at the old man in brocade clothes in front of him and said slowly, "No wonder the Shao clan acted so insidiously and viciously this time." Fifth Master Shao said heavily, "Put down Third Master Shao first. What exactly happened? It actually made you so furious." Yi Wangran laughed. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted, "No need to say anything more. Hand over that person, just now." Fifth Master Shao was stunned. "Who?" Yi Wangran was furious. "You're still pretending to be a fool." Yi Wangran finally tore off his mask in front of his peers aggressively. Fifth Master Zhao's face was cold. He turned back and asked, "Who came in just now? Where is he?" Yi Wangran just sneered. He looked at Fifth Master Shao as if he was watching a play. Someone said, "Just now a man in black came in." Before he finished speaking, Fifth Master Shao had already shouted, "Where is he? Ask him to come out." Everyone hurriedly searched for him, but what could they find now? After searching for a long time, the final report was that there was no such person. Yi Wangran was already trembling with anger. Fifth Master Shao faced Yi Wangran and said heavily, "Brother Yi, this is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Yi Wangran was so angry that he laughed. He shook that Third Master Shao in his hand and laughed harshly. "Now that things have come to this, Fifth Master Shao, you're telling me that this is a misunderstanding?" Fifth Master Shao took a step forward and said seriously, "It's indeed a misunderstanding. You have to believe me." Yi Wangran laughed with grief and indignation. "Fifth Master Shao, what did you do to my family when I wasn't around? This isn't a misunderstanding, right?" Fifth Master Shao was stunned. "Brother Yi, why do you say this? How can I be such a despicable person?" Yi Wangran nodded slowly. "You didn't do it, right?" Fifth Master Shao said angrily, "Of course not." Yi Wangran nodded slowly and said word by word, "Then come with me. I don't care about my face today. Come on. Fifth Shao, Supreme Shao. Chapter 880. Yi Wangran picked up this third master of the Shao family and stood up. This third master of the Shao family was called Shao. His real cultivation had reached the martial saint level. He was the leader of the Shao clan's team this time. At this moment, he was held in Yi Wangran's hand in humiliation. His face was purple and swollen, and he wished he could bite his tongue to commit suicide. But he couldn't move at all. Fifth master of the Shao clan and the rest didn't hesitate. They stood up and followed closely. Fifth master of the Shao clan was very depressed. He was a senior expert of the Shao clan and was of the same generation as Yi Wangran. Among the same generation, there was naturally a ranking system, but in the clan, he was also an ancestor-level figure. Otherwise, wouldn't the Shao clan be in a mess with so many fifth masters of the Shao clan? This fifth master of the Shao clan was called Shao Jin. His cultivation wasn't any weaker than Yi Wangran's. But now he didn't know what was going on at all and was confused. This time, when the Yi clan suddenly attacked, the Shao clan was forced to fight back. They were already in a muddle. It wasn't until seventh master of the Shao clan woke up that they more or less understood what was going on. Since the Yi clan had sent Yi Wangran, the Shao clan naturally had to send Shao Zhen. In this way, the two clans were evenly matched. And Shao Jin also knew that although the Shao clan was furious about seventh master of the Shao clan's injury, it wasn't to the point of being irreconcilable. So, Shao Jin knew very well this time. Big clans always needed to train their soldiers. Presumably, the Yi clan also thought so. Since they came, everything had indeed gone according to their plan. Both sides fought with real weapons, but they weren't fighting to the death. Instead, they seemed to be training their killers. The killers of the two clans kept attacking and looking for opportunities. Although there were deaths, it didn't matter much. How could there be no casualties in the martial world? Even if they were sleeping on the bed, they might even die if they fell off the bed. But now Yuanran directly rushed into the Shao clan's camp while shouting. This made Xiao Zhen extremely furious. Everyone knows what's going on. Why do you have to be so agitated? Besides, you said that the people who were fighting in the sky just now were from the Shao clan. I also wanted to say that they were from the Yi clan. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the person who fought with you in the sky was definitely not a supreme martial artist. But with your supreme martial artist ability, you've been entangled in the battle for such a long time and still haven't taken him down. In the end, you even chased him all the way to our Shao clan's camp. Do you, Yuanran, think that we're all fools? Xiao Zhen followed closely behind Yi Wangran all the way. He secretly made up his mind. If Yi Wangran doesn't give me an explanation for this matter, I'll definitely be punished. He absolutely could not let this matter rest. Yi Wangran galloped all the way and arrived at the Yi clan's campsite in less than 10 minutes. He looked down from the sky and instantly shouted. His internal organs felt as if they were burning, and he almost fell from the sky. He cried out in pain, "Xiao Wu! Look at what your Shao clan has done." Fifth Master Xiao glanced over and was instantly stunned. His scalp instantly went numb. The Yi clan's campsite was in a state of chaos, as if a great battle had just taken place. Among the 200 or so people, there were more than 100 who were lying on the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Some had their legs broken. Some had their arms broken. There were all kinds of strange injuries on his body. On the side, there were 8 people lying quietly. These 8 people were all stained with blood. They were all stained with blood, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these 8 people were definitely not alive. Yi Wangran roared. He flew down like lightning. What's the matter? The person who came up was the Yi clan's 4th master, Yi Wutian. He was limping, his face was full of blood, and his arm hung weakly on one side of his body. His face was full of resentment. "Elder, it's done by the Shao clan." This sentence made Xiao Zhen and the others, who came down after him, tremble. They were stunned. "We did it. Did we do it?" Yi Wangran's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Wutian, how are the casualties?" Yi Wutian looked at him in a daze. Suddenly he burst into tears. He wailed like a child, and tears flowed down his face. Yi Wangran's heart sank. "Say it! Wuqian is dead! Wuqian is dead!" Yi Wutian cried like a child. "Elder Wuqian, he was killed by 2 people in front of me. He thumped his chest and stamped his feet. I tried my best to save him, but the people who came were all saint-level experts or even higher. If we didn't fight desperately, I'm afraid I might not have survived." Yi Wangran's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed him. "Are you sure it's done by the Shao clan?" "Absolutely," Yi Wutian said loudly with grief and indignation. "If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning." Although those 3 people tried their best to cover it up, the Autumn Wind and Autumn Rain sword is the signature of the Shao clan. Although they tried their best to cover it up, they couldn't hide it from my eyes. As he said, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Elder, please take revenge for us. Wuqian's body hasn't even turned cold yet." Yi Wangran suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Zhen. "5th Master Xiao, what do you say?" Facing Yi Wangran's blade-like eyes, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but take a step back. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, I can guarantee that this matter is definitely not done by our Shao clan." Xiao Zhen knew that if this matter was confirmed to be true, they would be in big trouble. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard a cracking sound. His body couldn't help but tremble. He stared at the sound. He saw that third master Xiao Liu, who had been held in Yi Wangran's hands all this while, had his neck softly tilted to one side. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was ashen, and he was no longer breathing. Just like this, he was held in Yi Wangran's hands like a broken cloth bag. Xiao Zhen suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Wangran. He shouted furiously, "Yi Wangran, you!" He never thought that Yi Wangran's means would be so resolute. Yi Wangran looked at him coldly and didn't retreat. His left hand was still holding Xiao Liu's corpse. He shook it and smiled sinisterly. Then, in a very interesting voice, he gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Zhen, do you feel heartache? Do you feel very angry? Do you? Do you?" Xiao Zhen gritted his teeth. "Yi Wangran, do you want our two clans to fight to the death?" Yi Wangran shook his shoulders and made a fearful expression. "I'm so scared of you." Then, he suddenly put on a stern face and gritted his teeth. "Xiao Zhen, I'm so scared of you. I'm so scared of you." Xiao Zhen's face was distorted by his words. Although Yi Wangran said, "I'm so scared of you," everyone could hear the viciousness and disdain in his tone. The 7 people of the Xiao clan stood behind Xiao Zhen. Their faces were as cold as frost. Opposite them, Yi Wangran stood upright. Although there was a group of defeated soldiers behind him who had lost the ability to resist, Yi Wangran still stood proudly and coldly. His expression was valiant, and he didn't yield an inch. The atmosphere was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was oppressive and silent. Nobody dared to speak. Only Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen had the right to speak. The two of them also didn't speak. At this moment, it was superfluous to say anything. Xiao Zhen originally wanted to explain this matter, but Yi Wangran broke Xiao Luoyu's neck with a crisp snap. This made him immediately realize that no matter how he explained this matter, whether it was done by the Xiao clan or not, it was no longer important to the facts at this moment. There was no need to explain at all. "Yi Wangran, how are you? Your methods are so clean." Xiao Zhen nodded and looked at Yi Wangran with a malicious gaze. He nodded again and turned to leave. Now that this matter had come to this, he must report it to the clan. No matter what, he and Yi Wangran couldn't fight here. Once they fought, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Wangran, and Yi Wangran wouldn't be able to kill him either. But none of the people from the Xiao clan and the Yi clan who are here today would be able to survive. When he fought with Yi Wangran could find countless opportunities to kill all the people on his side. He wouldn't be able to protect them. Similarly, if he wanted to kill them, Yi Wangran wouldn't be able to protect them either. Although many of these people were martial saint experts, even if there were 100 of them at the peak of martial saint level, they would only be killed by a first-stage supreme martial artist whose realm hadn't stabilized yet. The martial saint level's divine sense was just a divine sense, but the divine sense of a supreme martial artist was already close to the great Tao. This was a qualitative difference. So Xiao Zhen didn't want to stay here any longer. But when he was about to leave, he was stopped by Yi Wangran. "Wait." Yi Wangran still gritted his teeth lightly. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Zhen disdainfully. He said gloomily, "Xiao Zhen, are you leaving now?" Xiao Zhen didn't turn back. He said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Yi Wangran let out a strange laugh like an owl. 8 people on my side have died. I've only killed 1 on your side. Don't you think this is very unfair? Even the leading figure of our Xiao clan has died in your hands. Even if you don't say it, the enmity between our 2 clans can no longer be resolved. You still want a yard after taking an inch?" Xiao Zhen was furious. Yi Wangran gritted his teeth. "The ones who died on my side aren't ordinary people either. Your Xiao clan should know who you've killed. He's called Yi Wuqin. He's the 8th son of the last generation of our Yi clan. He's only 50 years old, but he's already a martial saint. Do you know what this means?" Xiao Zhen sneered. Yi Wangran, I'm going to take them away now. If you want to kill them, go ahead. If you don't want to bury all your Yi clan members in this black pine forest, I won't be stingy with these few lives of my Shao clan members." After saying that, he didn't turn back, but walked forward. His voice was full of murderous intent. "If Yi Wangran dares to kill them, I'll make sure that none of the Yi clan members who are here can return." He was sure that Yi Wangran wouldn't dare to kill them. He was sure that since Yi Wangran had already lost Yi Wuqin, he wouldn't bear the risk of losing Yi Wutian as well. But Xiao Zhan was wrong again this time. Yi Wangran had already been humiliated enough tonight. He was deceived by a junior of the Shao clan. His face had been greatly damaged, and he was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He was already burning with rage. Now that he saw the juniors he had brought get killed, how could he still bear it? Xiao Zhen had only taken 2 steps when he heard Yi Wangran gritting his teeth and saying, "Since you don't care, why should I care?" Chapter 881. Xiao Zhen instantly felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned around. Net, however, a black object that was accompanied by a sharp sound of the wind was already rushing towards him. Xiao Zhen stretched out his hand and caught the object in his hand. He could tell at a glance that it was Xiao Luoyu's corpse. Xiao Luoyu was already dead. If he smashed his corpse, it would be too much. But Yi Wangran had already transformed into a black gust of wind and rushed into the crowd of the Shao clan. With 2 bangs, 2 martial monarchs of the Shao clan flew into the air and were torn into pieces in mid-air. Xiao Zhen turned around and stood in front of Yi Wangran. Then he punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain. It was as if the heavens and the earth were frozen at this moment. The surrounding space was also frozen under this punch. The air no longer flowed. "Yi Wangran, do you really want everyone to die?" Xiao Zhen roared. Yi Wangran let out a shrill howl. Suddenly, the color of the whole night sky changed greatly. "I've never seen Yi Wangran in my life. Once I see him, my soul will be shattered." Yi Wangran let out a long howl. His sonorous voice was full of killing intent, with infinite determination and madness. "Then let them die together." With his voice, the whole ground suddenly began to collapse and crack. Plumes of smoke rose straight up into the sky. Cracks appeared on the ground. "It's the Yi clan that's turning the world upside down. He's crazy." Xiao Zhen moved and shouted, "Retreat!" Then he shouted, "Yi Wangran, take my move. Mountains and rivers assemble." He stomped on the ground fiercely. With a boom, waves of energy rushed out and gathered the cracked ground under his feet in an instant. His whole body suddenly rose up along with the gathering of the ground. He opened his hands and closed them together. With a whoosh, 2 huge palms appeared in the air at the same time. They came towards Yi Wangran from the left and right. Yi Wangran laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha, good. Look at my wind and cloud break." He clasped his hands together and separated them. A jet of black energy was suddenly thrown out. 2 powerful streams of energy clashed against each other, and suddenly a nearly 400 feet wide, bottomless abyss appeared between the 2 of them. "Fifth Master Shao, if I, Yi Wangran, want to kill someone, you can't stop me." At the same time, Yi Wangran laughed strangely and flew out rapidly like a big bird. His body flashed a few times, and the screams of the Shao clan could be heard one after another. Net Xiao Zhen was filled with grief and indignation, and he shouted, "Then let's compete and see who can kill faster. Let's see if my Shao clan or the Yi clan will die first." At this moment his body turned into a long rainbow and shot into the Shao clan's defeated army. His 2 hands separated as he began a massacre. Screams rang out one after another. This dark and gloomy black pine forest, at this moment, had actually become the battlefield of the 2 supremes. Whether it was the Yi clan or the Shao clan, Neither of them had expected this to happen. In just 2 breaths, the two of them had already killed quite a number of people. At this moment, they were shuttling back and forth in the forest, searching for fish that had escaped the net. If you kill me, I can't save them. I can only kill you. Their cultivations were on par with each other, and both of them knew their own limits. These pitiful experts of the Yi clan and the Shao clan were about to die. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop!" This voice was very crisp and even a little soft. Just by listening to this voice, one could already feel some gentleness, but it was a woman's voice. This voice wasn't loud, but whether it was the furious Yi Wangran or the furious Xiao Zhen, both of them stopped as if they had been electrocuted. Yi Wangran's 5 fingers were already on the head of a saint from the Shao clan, but before he could exert any force, he actually retracted the primordial qi that was about to gush out of his palm after the shout. Then he stopped moving just like that. One of Xiao Zhen's hands had already grabbed Yi Wutian's throat with 3 fingers. He was about to kill Yi Wutian, but when he heard this voice, he suddenly stopped. There was complete silence in the air. In fact, the air that was filled with the stench of blood was suddenly filled with a sense of peace and gentleness. The gentle voice asked, "Have the 2 of you gone mad?" Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen did the same action at the same time. One of them flew to an open area and stood respectfully. They immediately operated their martial arts to disperse the blood, flesh, and murderous aura on their bodies. Then the 2 of them bent down and said, "Is this Master Feng?" With a deep sigh, a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. She had a slender figure and was extremely beautiful. This woman seemed to be in her 20s. Her hair was like clouds, her figure was tall and slim like a willow, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Just by standing here, the battlefield seemed to have suddenly changed into one that was full of gentleness and compassion, as if the spring breeze had suddenly come to the earth in this early autumn. From the sky to the earth, it was vast and mighty, and it was all intoxicating gentleness. She just stood there quietly, but Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just a moment ago, the 2 unparalleled killing gods who wanted to slaughter the world had suddenly become more obedient than little lambs. Only a faint sigh was heard. That woman frowned slightly and said softly, "Why are you doing this?" The 2 of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. Even when facing this woman in white, they didn't dare to use their spiritual detection, aura guidance, and divine soul. "Raise your heads," the woman in white said softly. "Yes." The 2 of them answered at the same time. They still bent down and raised their heads. Only then did they realize that there was another woman beside that woman in white. She had the same beautiful hair, the same outstanding beauty, and the same peerless elegance. It was just that this woman's face was a little childish, but her eyes were calm and quiet. Faintly, there was even a hint of power and disdain. This other woman was dressed in black. The expression on his face was ice cold. She was like a piece of ice that refused to melt. Any man who wanted to get close to her would only get frostbite. "It's rare that you still recognize me. I'm Feng Yuro." The white-clothed woman's eyes were like dots of paint. She quietly looked at the 2 of them. Her voice was still gentle, low, and delicate. "Master Feng's name is well known in the world. How can we not know you?" Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen broke out in cold sweat at the same time. Are you still willing to listen to me?" Feng Yuro frowned slightly and said, "I'm no longer a law enforcement officer. No matter when, we'll carry out Master Feng's words to the end." The 2 of them answered in unison, Then don't fight anymore." Feng Yuro said softly, "So many people have died. It's quite uncomfortable. Go back home." She said to Xiao Zhen, "Go back and tell Xiao Sei." Xiao Zhen said respectfully, "Yes." Feng Yuro looked at Yi Wangran and said softly, "You tell Yi Di." Yi Wangran lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes." There's one more thing that I need the two of you to spread. Feng Euro rubbed her forehead and actually smiled slightly. She pulled the woman in black over and let her stand beside her. She said softly, "This is my new disciple. His surname is Wu. Wu as in dark clouds." The two of them shuddered and said loudly at the same time, "Congratulations, Master Feng. Congratulations, Master Feng. You finally have an ideal successor. It's worthy of celebration. If the world knows about this, it'll definitely be a great celebration." Then they turned to the woman in black. "Congratulations, Miss Wu. You've met a great teacher today. It's only a matter of time before you become the leader of the Ming dynasty." The woman in black calmly bowed and politely said, "Thank you for your congratulations." Then she took a step back and stood one step behind Feng Euro. Feng Euro smiled satisfactorily and said quietly, "I heard that it's not peaceful here, so I specially came over to take a look. By the way, I can also take a look at the mountains and rivers in the southeast." He also wanted to come over, but I met two people over there. I don't like those two people, so I left first. When she said she actually felt a little uncomfortable, like an unmarried girl talking about her lover. Her white, jade-like face also blushed a little. It turns out that Master Yu is also coming. Xiao Zhen and Yi Wangren shuddered at the same time. Sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they felt weak all over. They had already started to feel grateful to the gods and Buddhas. Fortunately, it's the wife who came today, not the husband. If Yu Lingxue came and saw the two of them killing innocent people, their lives would probably come to an end, drunk on Yu Lingxue's weakness, listening to Feng Euro's gentleness. Who would have thought that these two lines, which were full of poetic and picturesque feelings, actually represented such terrifying characters? Qianqian's aptitude is not bad. Both of us like her very much. Feng Euro's face was full of joy when she talked about her new disciple. She said, "So, Lingxue also won't accept any more disciples. That is to say, Qianqian is the successor of both of us." Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen shuddered and raised their heads. They were tongue-tied. When they looked at this girl in black again, there was actually some admiration in their eyes. There was even some reverence in their eyes. What's the background of this girl? She's actually accepted as a disciple by both Yu Lingxue and Feng Euro. This is simply inconceivable. When the two of you go back, tell the lords of your clans that in the future, if you meet my disciple in the martial world, you must take care of him or her. If someone's killed by my disciple, we'll be very angry, Feng Euro said seriously. She would actually be very angry if someone was killed by her disciple. What kind of saying is this? But Yi Wangran and Xiao Zhen felt that it was natural. They nodded like pecking rice. Yes, yes. By the way, tell some lecherous men in your clans not to have any ideas about my disciple. My disciple is too beautiful. I'm very worried. Feng Euro said worriedly, "Whichever clan has such a beautiful disciple, prepare to let Xiao say or Yi Di come to apologize. Or both of us can go to your clans together to greet them." The two of them broke out in cold sweat. This was the most important thing. Now, the two of them couldn't stay here any longer. They really had to guard against this matter. Which clan didn't have lecherous men, second update, begging for monthly votes? I'm going out with my wife to buy some things. I'll drink some wine at night and write my story after drinking. So, if there's any update, it'll be at night. I woke up at 5:00 in the morning to write my story. So far, I've only written 2 chapters. Haha, I'll write 2 chapters first. Seeing that everyone left their blessings in the book review and comment section, my wife was very emotional and tearful. She said that this was the first time so many people celebrated her birthday. Sister Feng and I have been through a lot, and we almost became strangers. Previously, I kept it from everyone because, at that time, I didn't know what our future would be. I had no confidence at all. So, it's not easy for us to get to where we are today. It's a long story. Chapter 882. Part 7, Chapter 158, where the heart lies Yi Wangran, and Xiao Zhen's hearts were beating like drums. Author's note: the author of this novel is a Chinese novel. This younger brother of Master Feng was so beautiful. Even the two of them couldn't help but feel amazed by her beauty, not to mention a young and vigorous teenager. If she was seen by a playboy in the clan, it was absolutely inevitable that he would have some dirty thoughts or flirt with her. But if the elder of the clan had to go and apologize personally because of this, firstly, this would be too unjust. Secondly, when the elder came back to apologize, the whole clan would probably lose a layer of skin, especially that troublemaker. He would probably become the punching bag of the dozens of generations of the clan's ancestors. This generation would never be able to make a comeback, and they wouldn't even be able to die. After we go back, we'll definitely strictly instruct our clans to prevent such a situation from happening again. The two of them broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, they thought of one thing. If a certain daring person was their direct descendant, then they thought of the strict clan rules of their elder and instantly shuddered. Okay. Feng Euro nodded quietly and said, "During this period of time, we'll bring our disciples to play in the southeast. Don't make such a big fuss between the two of you. Such a beautiful scenery will be ruined by you. Then we won't be able to enjoy it anymore." Yes. We won't fight. The two of them nodded repeatedly, their foreheads full of cold sweat. For example, this black pine forest. Alas, how will we play in the future? Feng Euro frowned slightly and said, "I like scenery. The mountains are beautiful, the earth is magnificent, the water is clear, and the flowers are lush. If I don't have the interest to play, I'll be unhappy. But if he's unhappy, then your two clans will be a little uncomfortable." The two of them nodded repeatedly. They thought, actually, Yu Lingshue's unhappiness is secondary, because he's unhappy only because of one person. But it's more terrifying if you're unhappy. Because if you're unhappy, Yu Lingxue will be even more unhappy than himself. Then, both of you will be unhappy together. That'll be really terrible. Feng Euro frowned. "Let's go. The smell here is too unpleasant." She turned and said, "Qian, follow me." His white robe fluttered as he quietly flew up like an immortal. Behind him, Wu Qian, who was dressed in black, also followed. The two graceful figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Webb. The two supreme martial artists heaved a sigh of relief at the same time and almost sat down on the ground. "It's really dangerous," said Yi Wangran. "Yeah, that was close." Xiao Zhen wiped his sweat. "Fortunately, it's Feng Euro and not Yu Lingxue." Yi Wangran still had lingering fears. Feng Euro is famous for her good temper and gentleness. However, this disciple of hers is not gentle at all. She has a murderous aura all over her body. Although her cultivation is so low, she naturally has the aura of a superior, bossy, and arrogant, with a feeling of looking down on the world. If she grows up, she will definitely be another Yu Lingxue, or even stronger. Yu Lingxue and Feng Euro are working together to teach little brother. My God, how could such a thing happen? Xiao Zhen sighed. The two sighed at the same time. Then, Yu Wangran suddenly came to his senses. He jumped out and said angrily, "Xiao Zhen, we'll definitely settle today's scores with you in the future." Xiao Zhen shouted, "Yu Wangran, on account of Master Feng, I'll let you off today." As they spoke, the two of them were a little embarrassed. Then they snorted heavily. One went to the east, and the other went to the west. They parted ways. The Yi clan and the Xiao clan couldn't fight for the time being. And because Feng Euro and Yu Lingxue were in the southeast during this period of time, the Xiao clan and the Huang clan could only stop fighting for the time being. But even if they couldn't fight here, it didn't mean that they couldn't fight in other places. It's a small world, and people will eventually travel everywhere. Feng Yuro's sudden appearance extinguished the storm that Chu Yang had prepared for a long time. On the surface, Feng Yuro's appearance had rendered all the plans that Chu Yang had prepared for a long time useless. But who could say for sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for Chu Yang? An open spear had turned into a hidden arrow, and an open flame had turned into a hidden flame buried underground. Once the storm blew, it could start a prairie fire again. No matter what, the people who died today couldn't be resurrected. Then, the seeds of hatred had been planted. Martial yin-yang update and, as the sword spirit had said earlier, even if you create an irreversible chaos in the heavenly layer, what can you do with your current strength? On the other side, Feng Yuro brought Wu Qianqian and strolled in the forest. Wu Qianqian followed behind her. Her eyes were a little excited, but also a little dazed. Following such a powerful master was, of course, a smooth journey, but her future was destined to be filled with great responsibilities. But at the same time, she was also a little dazed about her future. The more powerful the master was, the heavier the responsibility, because the honor of the sect was integrated with her bloodline the moment she became a disciple. Wu Qianqian could be defeated and die, but the disciples of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro couldn't be defeated and die. Become stronger. She had to become stronger to protect the sect's honor. Only by becoming stronger could she really help. Chu Yang! Chu Yang! Thinking of this name, Wu Qianqian felt a sharp pain in her heart. She subconsciously pinched the leg of the black robe she was wearing. On the surface, it looked smooth, but when he touched it with his hand, there were slight bumps. Wu Qianqian knew what it was. Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you. This was the robe she made for Chu Yang. After Chu Yang left, King of Hell Chu's robe was made by Wu Qianqian herself. Every time she made a robe, she couldn't help but use her hair as a needle and thread to embroider the same few words on the robe. Only when she was wearing such a black robe could she feel that she was still connected to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was still by her side. Just like a year ago, when Butian Pavilion was just established, Chu Yang and she sat opposite each other at a table. Whether it was the way of dealing with people or scheming, whether it was the arrangement of small schemes or the general situation of the world, whether it was the observation of people's hearts or political analysis, whether it was the mountains and rivers or the heavenly palace, Chu Yang would explain and explain everything to her in detail. He seemed to be talking casually, and she seemed to be listening casually, but she knew that he was talking with his heart, and he also knew that she was listening with her heart. Wu Qianqian sighed softly in her heart. That pair of sharp and calm eyes seemed to appear in front of her. Chu Yang's eyes were sometimes very gentle, like autumn water, sometimes very cold, like a vulture, sometimes very sharp, like a sword, sometimes very painful, like a deep pool, sometimes very intense, like a raging wave, sometimes very blank, like an empty void. It was that pair of eyes that often reflected thousands of emotions and 10,000 kinds of expressions, slowly entangling and surrounding Wu Qianqian until she was immersed in it and couldn't come out. Her heart fell. Chu Yang left, and she took over the position of King of Hell Chu. Every time she handled a matter, she felt that Chu Yang was more outstanding. He had already laid a good foundation, but there were still some things that she didn't do properly. She was overcautious. Then, how much pressure did he have to face when he handled the same matter? What kind of courage did he have? How much mental effort did he have to expend? She only knew how knowledgeable Chu Yang was when she came to the upper three heavens. He had already explained everything clearly, including the current situation of the great ruling clans. He had jokingly mentioned it at that time. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, not to mention that the great rulers don't have a middle venerable. The great clans are definitely scheming against each other. There were as many heavenly layer experts as there were clouds, and there was no end to it. Chu Yang also said that at that time. Who knows how big this world is, and what kind of experts there are? What kind of experts can dominate the world? This is all a mystery. Without reaching a certain level, one will never know the level above. The king level of the lower three heavens is the heavens, but what about the lower three heavens? What about the upper three heavens, where all the elites are gathered? What about the legendary monarch level and saint level? What about the supreme level? Who knows if there is no one above the supreme level? There is no end to the heavens, so how can there be an end to Tao? Since there is no end, what is the end? Wu Qianqian thought about what Chu Yang said at that time, and she was actually a little dazed. Chu Yang, you know so much. Chu Yang, Qianqian misses you so much. Chu Yang, where are you? Wu Qianqian did not expect that at the moment when she and Feng Yuro stepped into the black pine forest, Chu Yang, dressed in black, had also silently exited the black pine forest. To a certain extent, she and Chu Yang had brushed past each other. She was going in the direction that Chu Yang came from, or she might have deviated. But Chu Yang was going in the same direction that Wu Qianqian came from, and he definitely did not deviate. The two of them were taking the same route, but they were going in opposite directions. It could not be said that this was a pity. For lovers, it could not be said that this was a kind of sorrow. Feng Yuro walked in front, quietly. She was a gentle and graceful woman. She felt that her disciple seemed to be a little distracted, but she did not say anything, and only sighed slightly in her heart. This younger brother's talent was beyond her expectations. His wisdom was also beyond Yu Lingshua's expectations. His perseverance and temperament were also beyond their expectations. His cultivation speed was so fast that it made them even more overjoyed. He could be said to be a rare genius in the heavenly layer for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the Xianin energy in her body seemed to be bestowed by the heavens, which was an unexpected surprise and ecstasy. But it was a pity that this younger brother's heart was not in her chest. It was already firmly tied to a young man that she did not want to say the name of. The more she was like this, the more she would be with him for life once she fell in love. The more she was like this, the more infatuated she was with him. The more infatuated she was with him, the more likely it was for her to end up in a tragedy with Feng Yuro's spiritual power. She did not need to look back, and she could clearly feel the deep longing and sorrow in Wu Qianqian's eyes. Where is your heart drifting? Feng Yuro sighed slightly. Qianqian, Master, I'm here. Thinking of him again? Yes. Who exactly is he? Master, please forgive me, I can't say. Third update. Chapter 883. Silly Girl. Feng Yuro reprimanded her softly. Then she said thoughtfully, in this case it's also good. You have something to worry about, and it's an infatuated and unrepentant love. With this obsession, it's also a good thing for cultivation. This infatuation can guide you step by step into the sentimental heavenly Tao. Sentimental heavenly Tao? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up. Sentimental heavenly Tao. Feng Yuro looked at Wu Qianqian lovingly and said, people often say that the heavenly Tao is heartless. This sentence is not without reason. The vicissitudes of life, birth, old age, illness, and death, everything is so natural and normal. Even if billions of people in the world suffer at the same time, the heavens will not open its eyes in care. It's just indifferent and emotionless, operating the laws of heaven and earth. Even if your filial piety moves the heavens, even if you're an unparalleled hero, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, you're just a grain of sand. That's why the heavenly Tao is heartless. Although this saying is reasonable, those who say that the heavenly Tao is heartless have a common characteristic, and that is selfishness. He thinks too highly of himself and his life. He always thinks, if the heavens have eyes, why doesn't it care that I've suffered so much? If the heavens have eyes, why doesn't it kill all the bad guys? In other words, this kind of person thinks too highly of himself. One must know that even if a person's experience is seen by a different person, It's as unconcerned as a pig or a dog. How can you still hope that the heavens will see your experience, care about it, and help you? The heavenly Tao is sentimental. What it cares about is the reproduction of the whole world and the changes of the whole world, and not one person or thing. What it cares about is the balance of the world. Feng Yuro said, "Do you understand?" Wu Qianqian shook her head in confusion. "I'm slow-witted. I only understand half of Master's words." "It's best if you understand half of it," Feng Yuro said. "Then what do you understand?" Wu Qianqian said, "I only understand that the heavens are the same as me. They have feelings and concerns." Ah! Feng Yuro was a little shocked. Wu Qianqian's words sounded a little childish and seemed to be nonsense. But in Feng Yuro's ears, it was as if she had been enlightened. Wu Qianqian's words seemed to have opened up a path to heaven and earth in front of her. She had thought that she had reached the end of her martial path, but now a ray of light had appeared in the distance. Although it was out of reach, it clearly existed. The heavens and I are the same. The heavens and I are the same. I am the heavens. Heaven is me. Feng Yuro's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed the astonishment in her heart and took a deep breath, saying, "You very good. You have to remember what you said today." Wu Qianqian was at a loss. She didn't understand what had happened. She only replied, "Yes." Feng Yuro continued to walk forward and said indifferently, "Qianqian, if one day you reach a high level, but you realize that time is merciless and the person in your heart has already become an old man or a lonely grave in the wilderness, what will you do?" A sweet look of trust appeared on Wu Qianqian's face. She said in a voice brimming with confidence, "That won't happen, Master. He will only walk further and higher than me. He would never be pulled down by me. I had to work 1,000,000 times harder to keep myself from being too far away from him, to the point where I couldn't see his back. I can't let the distance between us widen." Feng Yuro smiled gently and said non-committally, "You have quite a lot of confidence in him." Wu Qianqian lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "He can't make people not have confidence in him." Feng Yuro smiled. In her opinion, with her and Yu Lingxue working together to teach her brother carefully, and with the assistance of countless heavenly treasures, her brother would definitely not be inferior to anyone. Perhaps in the entire heavens, only the brother of those two old monsters could be compared to him. However, in view of Wu Qianqian's amazing talent, the brother of those two old monsters shouldn't be that strong. In just a few months, Yu Lingxue had used a secret technique to raise Wu Qianqian's cultivation and spirit from the peak of revered martial artist to the 7th stage of martial monarch. This was a result that would make anyone dumbfounded and unable to believe. This kind of improvement was simply against the natural order. Moreover, the couple came to the southeast, this time to look for an elixir. If they could get this elixir, the two of them would be able to raise Wu Qianqian's cultivation to the martial saint level in the shortest time possible. With a little experience, she would be able to roam the martial world on her own. Wu Qianqian's sweetheart didn't have a famous teacher to teach him, nor a strong backup, let alone heavenly treasures. He could actually leave Wu Qianqian far behind. Feng Yuro only took this as a joke, but she would never have thought that what Wu Qianqian said was the biggest truth. The master and disciple walked out of the black pine forest and walked along the mountain ridge. Looking at the scenery under the moonlight, Feng Yuro said silently, "Tribulation's sword master hasn't appeared yet. How can a big clan fall into chaos first?" Suddenly, Wu Qianqian asked, "Master, what's the highest realm in this world?" Feng Yuro was startled. "The highest realm?" Wu Qianqian said yes. Feng Yuro said, "There's no highest realm." Wu Qianqian said, "Back then I heard someone say that supreme martial artist might not be invincible. God knows how many more realms there are above supreme martial artist." Feng Yuro was really shocked this time. She turned around and looked at Wu Qianqian. Her voice was serious. Who said this? When Chu Yang met up with Wei Wuyan and the others, they had already arrived at Baisha Ferry. Everyone had been anxiously waiting for him. Seeing Chu Yang, they were all overjoyed. Everyone felt that it was unimaginable that Chu Yang could stop Yi Wangren. They felt that this little brother was full of mysteries, but everyone was rational and didn't ask anything. Wan Renjie was a little excited. He said, "It's going to be lively now. Last night, when we rushed into the Yi clan—" "Stop!" Chu Yang raised his hand and interrupted him. "Don't talk about this matter again. Don't talk about it at any time, any place, or to anyone. This matter, we don't know about it at all. Understand?" Wan Renjie suddenly realized. He said, yes. Always be careful." Wei Wuyan sneered at one side. He looked at Wan Renjie and his two brothers and said contemptuously, "You're not capable enough." Then he stopped. Bao Buhuan said angrily, "Are you saying that we're good at spoiling things?" Wei Wuyan smiled and turned his head away. Wan Renjie, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan glared at Wei Wuyan's back. The atmosphere was tense. Chu Yang had an extreme headache. After the battle last night, the sword spirit's divine soul was seriously damaged. He had to rest for a period of time. Chu Yang didn't need to keep his huge divine soul force, so he let the sword spirit use it to recover his divine soul. Now that they were here, they were far away from danger. But Chu Yang couldn't do anything in the face of these four people. These four people seemed to be natural enemies. They would quarrel with each other within a quarter of an hour. If Chu Yang wasn't in front of them, they would come to blows. This wasn't a long-term solution. After walking along Baisha Ferry for a few days, this situation became more and more intense. Chu Yang frowned more and more. In these few days, Chu Yang finally realized that Wei Wuyan was nothing. This number one blood payer had always been low-key. But Wan Renjie, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan were outlaws. They were lawless, daring, and unscrupulous. Only on the afternoon of the first day, when they met a small horse team, they rushed up and snatched the horses back. Everyone had one horse each, but there were still two left. Chu Yang didn't have time to stop them. The few men who were beaten off their horses kowtowed and begged for mercy. Then they ran away. On the second day, a horse team escorted a carriage. It was a blood payer organization that had accepted the reward. Wan Renjie was looking at Chu Lu-er, who was very tired from riding a horse, and felt sorry for her. Now that he saw the carriage, he immediately rode his horse out. Standing in the middle of the road, he shouted, "Once I see Yinyang Bridge, I'll strike Yinyang Bridge." Before he finished his words, this team of blood payers had already gotten off their horses and knelt down to beg for mercy. Yinyang Bridge. What the heck? This is a living king of hell. Then, when he heard that Wan Renjie wanted a carriage, he even personally invited the person in the carriage to come down. He cleaned the carriage carefully, changed the bedding and mattress, and respectfully sent the carriage over. Wan Renjie didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. He waved his hands and asked them to get lost. Then he sent Chu Lu-er into the carriage very lovingly. Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan were speechless about this act of banditry. But Wan Renjie and the other two were already used to doing such things. They said eloquently, "What's this? Robbing them without killing them is giving them face. If we were in a different position, we would have been chopped into pieces long ago." Cheng Duing nodded vigorously in agreement. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. Bao Buhuan strongly agreed. Fourth brother, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother are right. Wei Wuyan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Chu Yang felt that it was inappropriate, so he could only get into the carriage to accompany Chu Lu, or this was even more impressive. Wan Renjie and the others walked and robbed along the way. When they reached the Baisha ferry, the team had already expanded to more than 10 carriages and hundreds of horses. It was a mighty journey. Seeing such a grand occasion, Chu Yang had to admit, although there was a certain risk in robbery, as long as one was powerful. This was the fastest way to make a fortune. Looking at this mighty team of carriages and horses, in just 3 days they had already amassed a fortune that ordinary people couldn't amass in a lifetime. Baisha ferry. There were finally some signs of human habitation here. The opposite side was the territory of the Huang clan, and this side was the territory of the Shao clan. There were ferrymen going back and forth, boats shuttling back and forth, and dozens of people waiting on the shore, facing such a situation. Juan Renjia actually sighed with emotion like a poet. There's blood and fire over there, and there's singing and dancing over here. Life is really like a game of chess. This sentence made Wei Wuyan laugh on the spot. Chapter 884. Baisha Ferry. The waves of Baisha River surged past. It was right in front of them. It was a full 1,000 feet wide. This ferry was a place where the water flow was relatively gentle. There was a group of people in yellow robes coming and going in a hurry. They were from the Huang clan. There was also a group of people in black coming and going. They were from the Shao clan. There were many conflicts between the two clans now, and they often fought with each other. But at this ferry they minded their own business. Seeing that a group of big clients had come, 2 people in yellow and 2 people in black came to welcome them at the same time. "Are you going to cross the river?" The man in yellow looked at the 5 people in front of him, and then looked at the more than 130 horses and 15 big carriages behind them. He was a little uncertain. If all these things were to be transported across the river, neither of the 2 clans would be able to take them all. This was only a small ferry. The 4 people looked at each other and had an idea in their hearts. Cooperate. Nonsense. But we're coming to this barren place to pick out a son-in-law? Juan Renjia rolled his eyes and said rudely, "Elder, you'd better think carefully before you speak," the person in charge of the Shao clan said coldly. Juan Renjia laughed sinisterly. With a slap, the man from the Shao clan, who was 30 feet away, was sent spinning and fell to the ground. "Little bastard, I'll use your face to think carefully." Clanging sounds were heard. No matter if it was the Huang clan or the Shao clan, they all drew out their swords. Juan Renjia crossed his arms and sneered. Cheng Duing and Bao Buhuan also came forward with a malicious smile. "What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Chu Yang hurriedly jumped out of the carriage. Divine Dr. Chu was very regretful now. Bringing along these 3 brothers was simply bringing along 3 huge troubles. As long as the 3 of them followed him, even if there was no trouble, they would continue to find trouble. These 3 guys were eager to see the world in chaos. Besides being very respectful and protective of Chu Yang, they were also somewhat in awe of him. They were also very protective of Chu Lu'er. As for the others, they didn't care about them at all. They were here to offer him a boat to cross the river, but before he could even finish speaking, they were about to draw their swords and kill him. "Well, everyone, please don't be angry." Chu Yang's black robe was elegant and unrestrained. His face was like jade as he stepped out of the carriage. Everyone's eyes lit up. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and put on the demeanor of a great master. He chuckled and said, "We're all on the same side. Don't misunderstand." As he spoke, he raised his eyes slightly and looked at them at eye level. Although his smile was amiable, it was also aloof. "You are." The man from the Huang clan looked at Chu Yang in bewilderment. "My surname is Chu," Chu Yang said lightly. "Has Huang Xiaoliu recovered from his illness?" "It's divine Dr. Chu." The burly man from the Huang clan was in awe. He knelt on the ground with his saber. "I didn't know that divine Dr. Chu had come." "I, Huang Dedeo, pay my respects to you." Chu Yang was also stunned. Who would have thought that the Huang family would treat him with such courtesy? "What divine Dr. Chu?" That man in black got up from the ground and said furiously, "Give me—" "Wait." Brother Xiao. Huang Dedeo hastily jumped over and pulled him aside. Then he whispered a few words in his ear. The black-clothed man's face was still somewhat indignant. Huang Dedeo whispered a few more words before he finally nodded reluctantly. He waved his hand and left with the man in black. Huang Dedeo came forward respectfully. Divine Dr. Chu, I've already rented the Xiao clan ship. But if we want to transport all these things over, I'm afraid that we'll have to make 2 trips. Chu Yang said, It's okay. 2 trips it is. Huang Dedeo, do you have any intention of taking these horses? There's no harm in leaving a few behind. Huang Dedeo was shocked and said, I don't dare to. It was unknown what method Huang Dedeo used or what price he paid, but the Xiao clan ship also came close. Everyone worked together and dragged the horses and carriages onto the ship. There were only over 40 horses and 5 carriages left on this side. We don't want these anymore. Chu Yang waved his hand. Huang Dedeo, I don't think you'll charge us any fees for escorting us over. You can share these things with your brothers here. Huang Dedeo couldn't refuse, so he could only accept them. The ship pulled up the anchor and sailed to the river. Chu Yang and the others stood on the second deck, leaning against the railing and looking into the distance. They could only see the endless torrential river in the distance. The waves were surging, mighty and mighty. Immediately, everyone felt a sense of relief. Chu Lu nestled in Chu Yang's arms and looked at the sky and water in the distance. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the chilly river wind and her eyes narrowed. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a long time, she said softly, Big brother, my father is in such a chaotic martial world, every day in such waves, in such barren hills and turbulent rivers, looking for medicine for me. Her voice was low and soft, but it was actually full of emotions. Chu Yang sighed in his heart and said, So, you have to get better quickly. Once you're well, the pain and torment of third uncle will be completely gone. Chu nodded heavily. Chu Yang looked at the sky and water and said quietly, Big brother, do you see it? Wan Renjie was stunned and asked, See what? Chu Yang said, The torrential river water is unstoppable. It's invincible and naturally annihilates everything. Even if there are mountains and rocks to block it for a while, they can't block it for a long time. Isn't this the same as the principle of martial arts? As long as one's strength is strong, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, one can always get through it, because they have no scruples. Wan Renjie was silent for a moment and said, Fourth brother, what do you mean? Chu Yang said, The 3 of you have just improved your cultivation, so you can't stay by my side. If I'm by your side, you'll miss me. So, you won't be able to improve your spiritual cultivation and reach the supreme martial artist level. Only when you leave me and wander in the boundless world can you understand the supreme martial artist's thoughts step by step and comprehend the essence of this level. Wan Renjie, Cheng Duiying, and the other 2 were all silent. Bao Buhuan said, But fourth brother, how can we rest assured when you travel alone? At the very least, we have to escort fourth brother to his destination. Chu Yang smiled and said, In this world, when is life not full of danger? If the 3 of you want to protect me, then the only way is to protect me until I die of old age. The 3 of them were silent. Besides, Brother Wei Wuyan will definitely not be in any danger if he follows me. Chu Yang said lightly, When the flowers bloom next spring, I'll appear at the medicine banquet of the Zhuge clan. Medicine banquet of the Zhuge clan. Wan Renjie and the other 2 were shocked. In this case, after we leave the Huang clan, we'll bid farewell to fourth brother. When the flowers bloom next spring, we'll meet again at the Zhuge clan. Cheng Duiying said resolutely. Okay, Chu Yang smiled. Then you have to take good care of Lu. Wan Renjie looked at Chu with some reluctance. Don't worry. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Everyone was silent and stood facing the wind for a long time. The big ship braved the wind and waves and moved forward. After a long time, there seemed to be a wisp of coldness on the river surface. "It's so cold!" Chulu, or shrank into Chu Yang's arms. "How can it be so cold in such cold autumn weather? It was just cool just now," Chu Yang said puzzledly. "Divine Dr. Chu, be careful. There's an expert crossing the river." Huang Didao's shout came from below. Chu Yang looked up again and found that the faces of Wei Wuyan and the others had all turned solemn, and their eyes were fixed on the river below. The coldness was getting stronger and stronger. Chu Yang took a breath and operated his pure yang cultivation to protect Chu Lu'er. At this moment, a clear voice seemed to be shouting from a very far place. 3,000 miles of ice seal! This voice was very far away, and it was impossible to see where the speaker was. But at this moment, there was a sudden change. A thick white fog suddenly appeared on the river surface that stretched for dozens of miles. "So powerful!" Wei Wuyan exclaimed. Under everyone's gaze, the water of the whole river actually made cracking sounds and flowed slower and slower. In just a breath's time, the whole river actually froze into a big block of ice from top to bottom, and the ship of Chu Yang and the others was frozen in the middle of the river. The wind that blew from above was still cool in autumn, with the warmth of the sun, but under their feet, it had already turned into a glacier. Not far away, the river water still had the shape of flowing water just now, but it had already become solid. Even the surging waves had turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone has used a supreme technique to freeze the whole river in an instant. Wei Wuyan's face turned pale. Who actually has such a godly technique? At this moment, everyone had the same thought as Wei Wuyan. Who is this person? Is this person still human? Look over there. Wan Renjie suddenly shouted and pointed his finger. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chu Yang turned his head and looked over. His eyes also couldn't help but pop out. A faint figure, dressed in white, was gliding slowly on the river surface. The undulating waves that had already turned into solid ice carried this person's body as he glided over from afar. As he glided, his hands were also doing something. This person's speed looked very slow and elegant, but in fact it was extremely fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of everyone. Chu Yang looked over and saw that this figure was actually a young man in snow-white clothes. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were bright. His complexion was fair and there was a faint smile on his lips. He had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. As he glided along, he waved his hands repeatedly. Following his gestures, dark red shadows jumped out from the river surface, one after another, jumping into his hands and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Within thousands of feet, there were still red shadows coming one after another. No one knew how many there were, but all of them fell into this person's hands and disappeared. This person is collecting the boneless blood fish in the Baisha River. It's said that this fish is unique to the Baisha River. It's a type of fish with purine. It's very effective for female cultivators to cultivate cold yin energy. This kind of fish hides deep in the river and is extremely difficult to catch. Once it's alarmed, it will drill into the mud and never be found again. I didn't expect this person to use such a method to collect them. Look at him. He's collecting more than 10 million of them at once. It's really too extravagant. Wei Wuyan sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some fear, Chapter 885. Chu Yang was also shocked in his heart. Boneless blood fish was a kind of underwater spirit beast. Even if it was 10,000 years old, it would only be the size of a palm. This kind of fish was similar to the divine Qi gathering fish of the 3 Stars divine clan. The divine Qi gathering fish absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The boneless blood fish naturally couldn't be compared with the divine chi-gathering fish. But in terms of effect, there was only a difference. The divine chi-gathering fish was extremely rare. One might not even be found in 1,000 years. Although there were many boneless blood fish, they could only be produced in Baisha River. The boneless blood fish was cold by nature. As it grew, it absorbed the cold energy of the underwater veins and stored it in its body. The older they were, the more yin chi they had. At a certain point, these boneless blood fish would use the yin chi to turn into a fluid and fill their bodies, replacing the original bones and fish bones. Their bodies would then transform into a red color. In fact, only then could it be called boneless blood fish. Generally speaking, it would take at least 300 years for a boneless blood fish to grow into a red body without any bones. But this person came from the opposite side, flying all over the sky. The number of boneless blood fish he collected this time was more than 10 million. Perhaps after he collected this time, the boneless blood fish in Baisha River would be completely extinct within 300 years. Using such a mysterious method to collect the boneless blood fish. This person was really extravagant. The boneless blood fish had a miraculous effect on the cultivation of the pure yin body. Seeing so many boneless blood fish, Chuyang immediately thought of two people. One was Wu Qianshan, and the other was Emo Qinggu. If these two women had the help of the boneless blood fish, their cultivation would definitely be twice as fast, or even more. It was a pity that this person was so powerful that Chuyang didn't have the ability to snatch the boneless blood fish from his hands. Besides, Wu Qianshan was in the lower three heavens, while Emo Qinggu was in the upper three heavens. Even if it was in his hands, he could only put it in the tribulation space and wait for an opportunity. Just as he was thinking about it, the man had already arrived in front of him. He stood in the middle of the river and waved his hands. Countless boneless blood fish jumped out from every corner and fell into his hands like moths to a flame. In the distance, almost invisible to the naked eye, there were still countless boneless blood fish flying over. This person stood in the middle of the river and collected for a full quarter of an hour. Only when there were no more boneless blood fish flying out of the river did it finally stop. He turned around and looked at Chu Yang's ship. He smiled faintly and nodded as if to express his apology. Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to react at all. The man waved his hand, and a red light seemed to emerge from his palm. With a splash, the entire river suddenly thawed, and the river water began to surge again. This time, the momentum was even more urgent. The three big boats that Chuyang and the others were on were immediately washed away by the river water. At this moment, the man smiled and stretched out his hand. The three ships returned to their original positions. It was as if they had not moved at all. The river water rushed under the ships, but it did not affect the ships at all. They did not move at all. The man nodded apologetically and said with a smile, "Please don't take offense. I'm just here to catch a few fish. I'll be done in a moment. Please forgive us for the inconvenience." No one said anything. They thought to themselves, "What's there to understand? We're not idiots. Why would we find trouble with you after you revealed such a skill? As for blaming you, isn't that a joke?" Chuyang coughed and cupped his fists. "Senior, feel free to do whatever you want. It's also an eye-opener for us." The man laughed and glanced at Chuyang. Then he turned his head away. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise and turned back to look at who was in Chuyang's arms. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a person floated onto the ship and came to Chuyang's side. Chuyang only felt a blur in front of him, and there was another person in front of him. Then he saw this person reach out and place his hand on Chuluer's wrist. Everyone saw these actions clearly, but everyone felt as if they were in a dream. They could see everything clearly, but they could not move at all. This little girl's constitution is very strange. The man frowned slightly and said, "She also has a pure yin body, but it's actually damaged. The cold yin energy has spread into her divine soul. She should have died early. How did she survive until now? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Senior, can you cure my sister's illness? He thought to himself, this person is undoubtedly an extraordinary person. If he can cure Chu Lu's illness, that would be great. It would also save him a lot of effort. The man retracted his hand and pondered deeply. After a while, he said indifferently, I can't cure her. He paused and said, however, the person who suppressed the pain in her divine soul can cure her. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he did not dare to say anything more. This person actually discovered the divine soul imprint left by the sword spirit when he treated Chu Lu. The man frowned and murmured, who is this person? This person's control over the divine soul has already reached such a shocking level. I'm far inferior to him. He shook his head and looked at Chu Lu. He paused and said, the colding energy in her body already carries congenital poison. If her illness is cured and she cultivates poison, she'll be a great material for cultivation. Chu Lu's eyes lit up and she asked, poison? Is it very powerful? The man in white smiled brightly. It's the most powerful in the world. Chu Lu smiled happily and looked at Chu Yang. However, she realized that her elder brother's face was gloomy and he looked a little angry. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. The man in white smiled and said, although I can't cure her completely, I can help strengthen her physique. As he said that, he raised his hand and hundreds of boneless blood fish appeared in his hand. He reached out and grabbed at the air, and the hundreds of boneless blood fish suddenly exploded. A small transparent ball the size of a thumb appeared in his palm, and its fragrance filled the air. He brought the ball to Chu Lu's mouth and said, eat it. Chu Lu was a little flustered, but she still opened her mouth and swallowed the ball. Then the man in white pointed at Chu Lu's forehead. Chu Lu only felt an indescribably comfortable and cold-ing energy quickly circulating in her body and merging into her dantian. Then a warm force came from her forehead, and she immediately became drowsy. She swayed a little and fell into Chu Yang's arms. Her breathing was light, and she fell asleep. Let her sleep for a while. She'll be fine when she wakes up. The man in white looked at Chu Yang and scrutinized him. He said, you're her elder brother? Chu Yang said yes. The man in white said, yes, yes. Poor little girl. It's a pity that I've already taken in a younger brother, and her injuries haven't healed. I can't do anything. As he said that, he scrutinized Chu Yang again. With a strange look, he said, poison doesn't necessarily harm others and oneself. You're a little old-fashioned. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, if a beautiful girl cultivates poison, it'll ultimately affect her reputation. It's fine for men like us, but a girl's reputation will be ruined because of this, and she will still have to marry in the future. Who would dare to marry a woman of poison who can kill thousands of people with just a wave of her hand? The man in white snorted. No one dares to marry her because they're ordinary people and not worthy of her. Since they're ordinary people, why should we care about their opinions? You must know that the beauty of the right person can only be discovered by the right person. It's enough that only one person appreciates the beauty of a girl in her life. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, elder, you're right. The man in white smiled faintly and said, if you truly love her, give her a future. Let her command the winds and clouds and look down on the world, instead of using your status and love to bind her to an ordinary girl. Chu Yang said faintly, even if she wants a future, she has to be cured first. The man in white looked at Chu Yang. After a long time, he smiled faintly and said, little brother, you're only 18 years old now, but you're already a 4th-grade sword sovereign. Such cultivation is rarely seen since ancient times. You'll have extraordinary achievements in the future. Perhaps we'll have a chance to meet again. He paused and said, since it's a sword, You must know that a sword needs to be sharpened. Chu Yang's heart shook. He muttered, "A sword needs to be sharpened." The man in white said, quietly, "Use experience to sharpen it, use blood to sharpen it, and use human lives to sharpen it. If you don't sharpen it, it's just a piece of iron." Chu Yang's face was solemn. He said seriously, "Elder, thank you for your guidance." The man in white laughed. He looked at the river and said, "It's about time." He tilted his body and fell back into the water. With a low shout, his entire body was suddenly frozen again. He waved his hand, and more red shadows leaped out of the water. After a long time, no more red shadows came out of the water. The man in white laughed and disappeared on the river surface in a flash. The river thawed in an instant and regained its momentum. But no one knew what the man in white did. After thawing this time, the ship didn't get washed away. Instead, it didn't move at all. It continued to sail forward smoothly and actually maintain the speed of inertia. Everyone on the deck was silent. After a long time, Chuyang asked, "Who's this person?" Wei Wuyan sighed. He looked at Wan Renjie and the other two, whose faces were almost pale, and said, "The three of them definitely know. Look at how scared they are." Wan Renjie's face turned red, but he shuddered and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person is probably the second law enforcement officer in the world. Yu Lingxue. He's also Foam, Yuro's husband." Chuyang nodded and said, "No wonder you're so scared." Wan Renjie and the other two had been enemies with big clans and law enforcement officers all their lives. How could they not be scared when they saw the leader of the law enforcement officers? Moreover, their teacher was once injured by Foam Yuro. The three of them blushed and felt embarrassed. Chu Yang hugged Chu Lu, who was sleeping soundly. He frowned and looked at the place where Yu Lingxue stood just now. He murmured, Yu Lingxue, if a person can have such cultivation, then where can he not go in this world? If I have such cultivation as Yu Lingxue, I'll have no regrets in this life." Wei Wuyan agreed. The ship continued to move forward. Yu Lingxue had already reached the shore on the other side. In a flash, he appeared on a mountain in the distance. He shouted in a low voice, "Ning Tinya, come out!" Chapter 886. Following Yu Lingxue's shout, an old man landed lightly in front of him like a cloud. Without waiting for Yu Lingxue to speak, he was already furious. "I saw you talking to that person on the ship." That person? Yu Lingxue was stunned. "That young man?" "Yes." Ning Tianya nodded heavily. "That bastard was holding a little girl in his arms. Did you see that?" Yu Lingxue was confused. "What's wrong? Who is that little girl to him?" Ning Tianya gritted his teeth. "Did you ask? That's his sister. What's wrong?" Yu Lingxue felt that Ning Tianya was purely crazy. His words made people confused. "Sister?" Ning Tianya frowned. "Are you sure?" Yu Lingxue was furious. "Can't I, Yu Lingxue, distinguish the bloodline fluctuations of the same clan? Is it fun to lie to you? So it's his sister." Ning Tianya rubbed his hands and laughed. Damn it. Yu Lingxue frowned and said, "Ning Tianya, what's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya sighed. "It's a long story." Yu Lingxue snorted and said, "You're really lazy. You actually have to ask me to collect a few boneless bloodfish." Ning Tianya rubbed his hands. Take it out. We'll split it in half." Yu Lingxue raised a finger. "Wait, I'll split it with you, but I have to make it clear in advance. This time I want more than half. You can only take less than half." Ning Tianya jumped up. "Why?" "Because I'm the one who did it, not you." Yu Lingxue squinted. "Why, you're not convinced. Let me tell you, if you're not convinced and can't fight, we can fight again. But then you won't have a single fish. So be it." Ning Tianya gave in. A small half is still 150,000 fish. Yu Lingxue was furious. Ning Tianya, you actually counted them one by one. You just stood by and didn't do anything. Ning Tianya sighed. I have my reasons. Yu Lingxue was so angry that he was speechless. He took out the divine qi-gathering fish and said, Here you go. Ning Tianya said with a drooling face, Why don't you give me this ring as well? My disciple still lacks a storage ring. Yu Lingxue was furious. Your disciple is lacking? My disciple is still lacking. Do you want these fish? If you want it, then take it. If you don't, then scram. You're so rude. Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. In the end, he still took it and stuffed it into his storage ring. Then he casually grabbed a piece of purple crystal essence, jade, pendant from Yu Lingxue's waist, and said, Give this to me too. I'll let my disciple play with it. Before Yu Lingxue could react, he had already stuffed it into his arms. Yu Lingxue's handsome face flushed red with anger. You, Ning Tianya clapped his hands and said with a smile, Ha ha ha. Look at how angry you are, you pretty boy. I've already said that you shouldn't always maintain the appearance of a pretty boy. It's very bad. Ning Tianya, your cultivation isn't number one in the world, but your shamelessness really deserves to be number one in the world. Yu Lingxue gasped for breath and said, He knew that the jade pendant in Ning Tianya's hands was like a meat bun falling into a dog's kennel. He would definitely not be able to get it back. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Why didn't he take protective measures when he met this old bastard? Being shameless is also a kind of cultivation. During this period of time with Bu Luqing, I've been infected by his shamelessness. Ning Tianya laughed dryly. Have you taken it? Yu Lingxue said angrily, If you've taken it, give me an explanation. Why don't you take action yourself? Ning Tianya sighed. It's not that I don't want to take action. You also saw that young man, right? It's that young man in black, the one holding the little girl. Yu Lingxue said, I saw him. What's wrong? That's his sister. Yu Lingxue suddenly became suspicious. He looked Ning Tianya up and down. I say, old Ning, did you suddenly have a burst of love and actually take a fancy to that little girl? Why are you being jealous here? Bastard. Ning Tianya flew into a rage. You want to measure my character with your petty heart? Then what's going on? Yu Lingxue touched his chin and looked at Ning Tianya with some interest. He took the water bag at his waist and drank a mouthful of water, feeling that it was very satisfying to tease this old thing. That guy is my disciple's sweetheart, Ning Tianya said sadly. Uff. Yu Lingxue spat a mouthful of water on Ning Tianya's face and coughed repeatedly. Ning Tianya looked at him with grief and indignation. Your disciple, is that so tall? Yu Lingxue reached out his hand and gestured. He asked in disbelief, That little girl's sweetheart? Ning Tianya sighed. Who said she wasn't? Ha ha ha. Yu Lingxue held his belly and laughed. Like teacher, like disciple. Ning Tianya, you're really good at teaching. You yourself fell in love with your big senior sister, who's more than 50 years old, when you were 13 years old. Now your disciple is actually better than you, starting at 12 years old. Bullshit. Ning Tianya's face turned red. At that time, although my big senior sister was more than 50 years old, she looked only 18 years old. But your disciple is only 12 years old. Yu Lingxue emphasized this point. She actually already has a sweetheart and scared you so much that you don't dare to meet him. You're actually jealous of your disciple at the side. Ha ha ha. How talented. What do you know? There's another story behind this matter. Ning Tianya was angry. Then he quickly told him about the matter between Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu. He said, She's just a little girl, but she suffered so much. In the whole heavens, there's only one person who loves her, supports her, and thinks about her in everything. If it were your wife, she would have run away with him long ago. Ning Tianya, you bastard! Yu Lingxue was originally nodding repeatedly as he listened. He had some understanding of this matter and felt that it was pardonable that a 12-year-old girl had a sweetheart. Suddenly, Ning Tianya threw out the last sentence, and he was instantly furious. Take it that I said something wrong. Ning Tianya raised his hands in surrender. Knowing that Feng Yuro was really Yu Lingxue's only reverse scale and couldn't be touched, he hurriedly apologized. Yu Lingxue's anger still hadn't subsided. Get lost! Ning Tianya chuckled. Okay, I'll get lost. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. In midair, his muttering could be heard. You really can't take a joke. You're still as boring as before. Yu Lingxue stood quietly. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and said hatefully, This old bastard who deserves to be cut into pieces. When I'm done with my disciple, I'll go up to Mount Supreme and have a battle with you. The last sentence floated out. After a moment, Ning Tianya's reply could be heard. If you dare to come, I'll let my disciple beat you to death, Yu Lingxue laughed. This shameless bastard. With a flash, he also left. On the other side, Ning Tianya had already reached the sky. In the misty clouds, he looked down at the big ship below. On the big ship, Chu Yang had a conflicted expression. I can't let this little guy see me. Once he sees me, he'll definitely pester me endlessly. Ning Tianya thought. Originally, Old Boo and I were already on the verge of death because of that little girl. If we tell her that we saw Chu Yang, then we'll be done for. Ning Tianya made up his mind. He took one last look at Chu Yang on the big ship and was about to fly away. Right at this moment, on the big ship, Chu Yang suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart, as if someone was secretly spying on him. He couldn't help but look up. This little girl's spirit is so sensitive. Ning Tianya was shocked. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang only had time to see what seemed to be a faint shadow flashing and disappearing in the void. Then the sky became clear. He almost suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He wondered, who was that just now? Is it Yu Lingxue who's secretly spying on me? The big ship sailed smoothly and finally reached the other side. The moment he got off the ship, he saw a person rushing towards him affectionately. Boss, oh boss, I missed you so much. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaoliu, Huang Gong, wore his hat askew and opened his lapel, revealing 2 rows of ribs. He opened his mouth and laughed as he welcomed Chu Yang. He opened his arms exaggeratedly and was about to jump. Stop! Chu Yang was speechless. What are you doing? Huang Xiaoliu hurriedly stopped. Boss, I have great news to tell you. Stand. Chu Yang said, just say it there. Huang Xiaoliu could only stand there and smile weirdly. Finally, he was overjoyed. Boss, I'm pregnant. I'm finally pregnant. You're pregnant? Chu Yang was as if struck by lightning. Who got it? This sentence was so powerful that even Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjie, and the other 3 were so scared that they took a step back. Their hair stood on end. Ugh. Huang Xiaoliu only realized that he had said something wrong. He hugged Chu Yang's shoulder, and his eyebrows jumped happily. Then he whispered mysteriously in Chu Yang's ear, I'm pregnant. Chu Yang said admiringly, You're really fast, really brave. Huang Xiaoliu smiled and was overjoyed. He whispered again, and I have 2 wives now. Chu Yang was dumbfounded, so powerful. It's all because of Boss's miraculous hands. Huang Xiaoliu laughed and winked. I'm really very fierce now. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. Don't just focus on being fierce. Since your wife is pregnant, you should stop for a while and consolidate your strength. I'm warning you, if you do it too frequently, you won't be able to do it again in a few years. Huang Xiaoliu was horrified. Okay. I'll remember. I'll definitely remember. He wiped his sweat. My father still wants to take in concubines for me during this period. It seems that it's not the right time yet." Chuyang shook his head and was speechless. A group of people crowded around and entered the Huang clan castle. On a mountain far away, Buluqing was frowning helplessly. He was holding his temples with his hands. He was speechless and at a loss. He was sighing again and again. In front of him, a little loli in red was making threatening gestures. "I want to see my brother Chuyang. I want to see him. I haven't seen my brother Chuyang for a long time. Boo-hoo. Teacher, if you don't let me go, I won't practice martial arts anymore." Chapter 887. I'm not going to practice anymore. This sentence was extremely powerful. Buluqing hurriedly opened his eyes, looking troubled. "Little Wu, be good and go practice. Your big brother Chuyang is in the third heavens. Because of the tribulation sword master, the passageway to the third heavens is completely closed. We can't go down at all. We have to go down even if we can't." Emo Chingu said with tears in her eyes, "We have to go down even if we can't." Buluqing rubbed his temples. "How can we go down if we can't go down?" Emo Chingu pouted. "Humph, Master, didn't you always say that we don't have the conditions to solve this problem for now? But we have to create conditions to solve it even if we don't have the conditions." She then turned around. "That's exactly the case now. It doesn't matter if we can't go down. We have to create conditions to go down, even if we have to." Buluqing was tongue-tied and his eyes were dull. Creating conditions to solve the problem and creating conditions to pass through the heavens. How could they be confused? That was the seal of the heavenly Tao. How could they go down? "Master, you're lying. You said that you'd let me go down to see big brother Chuyang when I reach the emperor level." Emo Chingu angrily accused. She felt that she had been deceived. "I'm already an 8th grade emperor level now." Buluqing did make such a promise, and he definitely didn't intend to go back on it. But at that time, supreme martial artist who didn't expect that the passageway to the heavens would suddenly be closed. He remembered that when he made the promise, Emo Chingu practiced almost day and night. Her diligence and rapid progress made Ning Tianya and himself so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. But when Emo Chingu reached the emperor level, the heavens were closed. Who could be blamed for this? Both of us? "Little Wu, don't worry," Buluqing said with difficulty. You should practice well first. Maybe the passageway to the heavens will open again. Then you can see your big brother Chuyang." "Humph." Emo Chingu swung her ponytail and turned around angrily. In one of her pockets, a small white head cautiously peeked out. 2 pitch-black eyes rolled around. It was the wind fox. Buluqing was helpless. Suddenly, Emo Chingu turned around again. She grabbed his arm with her small hands and swung it back and forth. Her voice was sweet and soft as she said, "Sure, father." Buluqing's bones instantly felt lighter. Following the rise and fall of Emo Chingu's voice, he slowly shook his head and said, I knew that you would definitely have a way." Emo Chingu continued to shake her head. There must be a way." Buluqing narrowed his eyes, being swung back and forth. "Then let me go down," Emo Chingu said in a fawning manner. "Go down. Let's go down, then." Buluqing suddenly woke up from his disciple's bewitching words. "Where are we going?" "Go for 3 days, master." Emo Chingu continued to shake her head. "I really can't go down." Bulu was about to cry. "Humph." Emo Chingu instantly flung Buluqing's arm to one side. She used so much force that it almost dislocated supreme martial artist Bu's arm. "Master, you're not a good person." The little loli flipped out. With tears in his eyes, he looked at old Butcher angrily. I'm going down anyway. Buluching opened his mouth and rubbed his temples. He was screaming wildly in his heart. Old Ning. Old Ning. Ning Tianya, come back quickly. I'm about to break down. As long as you come back quickly. I admit that you are number one under the heavens. I will immediately announce this to the heavens. Anyway, I'm going down, 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 I'm going down. The little loli stomped her feet and shouted. Buluching had a splitting headache. He said patiently, Little Wu, you see, this is the will of the heavens. The heavens' passage is sealed. It's not up to anyone to decide. Other than waiting, there's really nothing else we can do. And Mo Ching Wu looked at him with distrust. Teacher, didn't you say that you were going to be my disciple? Are the two of you the most powerful people in the entire heavenly layer? Of course. Buluching was naturally unwilling to pass on this responsibility. But you guys can't even open a single passage. The little loli rolled her eyes. He said with disdain, meaning, you can't even open this small passage. How can you be considered the number one expert? Buluching was stunned. He stomped his feet and said, but we don't have the final say in this passage. I suddenly feel that there's no future in learning from you guys. You can't even open a passage. Mo Ching Wu put her head on her knees and said sadly, you guys are leading me astray. Buluching almost vomited blood. He said with grief and indignation, Little miss, you can't say this casually. Do you know how many people in this heavenly layer are envious of you? Mo Ching Wu didn't speak. She just sat there pitifully. Little Wu, be good. Go and practice. Buluching said, Master, I have a stomachache. I must have gone mad. The little loli blinked her eyes and said bitterly, I didn't see Brother Chu Yang, and I went mad. Buluching's eyes widened. He only felt that a mouthful of blood was going to come out of his throat. Was he possessed by the devil? With your aptitude of opening all 100 meridians, it would be strange if you went mad. What's more, chi deviation. Was there really such a painful chi deviation? It wasn't just Buluching. Even the wind fox in Mo Ching Wu's pocket started to laugh. It seemed that it couldn't help but laugh. During this period of time, the wind fox had been basking in Mo Ching Wu's limelight. Now it was slowly growing a new tail. If it grew another tail, it would become a 10th grade spirit beast. At this moment, Buluching's savior finally arrived. A loud shout came from the foot of the mountain. It was full of energy. Buluching's eyes were filled with tears. Old Ning, my dear father, you're back. A figure appeared in front of him. It was Ning Tianya. When he saw the current situation, he was startled. Buluching, what kind of master are you? Your disciple isn't practicing, so you accompany her in a daze? Buluching felt as if he had been pardoned. He didn't want to argue with him. He stood up and said quickly, Oh, I have a stomachache. I'll go to the toilet first. Before he could finish his words, he was already gone. His speed was fast and his movements were awkward. It was as if he had already pooped in his pants. Ning Tianya cursed at once. Stomachache, a supreme level expert, has a stomachache. Buluching, you fucking find such a lousy excuse. You might as well get pregnant. At this moment, Mo Ching Wu turned her head sadly. She sniffled and said in a nasal voice, Master. Ning Tianya's heart trembled. He put on a smiling face. Little Wu, I haven't been home. How's your progress? I went mad. Mo Ching Wu stroked her belly. She made a painful expression. Chi deviation. Ning Tianya was startled. He almost jumped up. What's going on? Master, but didn't let me look for Brother Chu Yang. Mo Ching Wu was extremely sad. I'm very upset. Oh, Ning Tianya was stunned. Then he rolled his eyes and laughed. Little Wu, look, what did I bring back for you? I don't want anything. Mo Ching Wu was about to cry, Master. Can't we go down to the upper 3 heavens? Mo Ching Wu felt a little different about her 2 masters. Both masters were equally loving and equally strict. Comparatively speaking, the 2 masters were equally strict. In comparison, Balu Qing had a straight face every day, as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. Ning Tianya, on the other hand, was happy every day. But for some reason, Mo Ching Wu would throw a tantrum in front of the obviously fierce Balu Qing. But she was in awe of Ning Tianya, who was easy to get along with. In fact, looking at his cold face, suddenly becoming helpless and helpless, Mo Ching Wu felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Mo Ching Wu thought. Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. Yes, the heaven passage is closed. We can't go down indeed. Mo Ching Wu's face fell. Poor brother Chuyang. Ning Tianya rolled his eyes again and said, But your brother Chuyang is already in the upper 3 heavens now. Mo Ching Wu shouted emotionally. She grabbed Ning Tianya's beard. Her petite body suddenly left the ground and swung up. She kicked her legs. Master, master, where is brother Chuyang? I want to go find him. Ning Tianya shouted. Caught off guard, his snot and tears almost gushed out together. His beard, which had been carefully trimmed for thousands of years, almost ran away from home at this moment. Great aunt, let go of me first! Mo Ching Wu hurriedly let go. The winged fox poked its head out of the pocket and looked at Ning Tianya's beard. It looked like it also wanted to go up and grab it. I went down the mountain to get the boneless blood fish this time and met your brother Chuyang. Ning Tianya stroked his beard and said, The 2 of us also had a deep discussion. It was very friendly. Chuyang asked about your progress in cultivation. What did you say, master? Mo Ching Wu blinked her big eyes and clasped her hands nervously in front of her chest. What else can I say? Of course, I told him the truth, Ning Tianya said, stroking his beard. Then, what did brother Chuyang say? Mo Ching Wu asked persistently. Sigh, your brother Chuyang is very disappointed. Ning Tianya sighed. This makes me feel very ashamed. Very, very disappointed? Mo Ching Wu was a little uneasy and her eyelashes drooped down. Why is brother Chuyang disappointed? Ning Tianya sighed. Your brother Chuyang asked me, What level is Xiao at now? Have you reached the saint level? Just a single sentence, and you've already stunned me. Mo Ching Wu was also stunned. She stuttered. Saint? Saint level? Yes. Ning Tianya sighed and said, I really can't help it. Xiao Wu, your brother Chuyang is really insensible. Ordinary people need to painstakingly cultivate for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to reach the saint level. Xiao Wu has only been at the saint level for a year now, and he actually asked if she had reached the saint level. Mo Ching Wu frowned and didn't care about Ning Tianya's words of sowing discord. She said worriedly, Did brother Chuyang encounter some trouble? Do you need help? Ning Tianya's thoughts changed 180 degrees, and he said, Yes. At that time, I felt that something was wrong, so I also asked him, What trouble do you have? Do you need help? The little loli was anxious, and she said, Yes, yes. Chapter 888. Ning Tianya secretly rolled his eyes and said, At that time, your big brother Chuyang said that he needed help, but Xiao Wu hasn't reached the martial saint level and can't help. At that time, his expression was very disappointed, very anxious, very exasperated. Mo Ching Wu's little head instantly drooped down dejectedly. It was only later that I found out that Chuyang is going to do something big next year. Ning Tianya said emotionally, But I'm afraid that the older generation won't be able to help. The only ones we can count on are the younger generation. But Xiao Wu, you haven't reached the required level yet. and Mo Qinggu opened her mouth wide. I can work hard. What's the use of working hard? Ning Tianya almost laughed with relief on the spot. His big hand pinched his own, but hard to stop laughing. He said, That's the martial saint level. Xiaowu, you're quite uncooperative now. You've even started to slack off in your cultivation. I definitely won't slack off in the future. And Mo Qinggu swore. Then we can only see the situation. It seems that Chu Yang's matter next year is not far away. This matter. Ning Tianya sighed. I'm afraid you still can't make it in time. Teacher, is there a quick fix method? And Mo Qinggu was almost crying. How could she not help big brother Chu Yang when he was in trouble? A quick fix method. Ning Tianya was very proud. He thought to himself, Xiaowu was originally very resistant to quick fix methods and was also very uninterested in heavenly treasures. Now, she's actually begging for quick fix methods herself. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't go. He still has a few very good-looking girls around him to help him. Ning Tianya said very evilly. How can that be? And Mo Qinggu was filled with righteous indignation. She jumped up in exasperation. Those little vixens don't have good intentions. How can they help big brother Chu Yang do anything? I'm his wife. Ning Tianya couldn't catch his breath. Looking at this fierce little girl in front of him, he almost fainted. Such a little girl who was still wet behind the ears was actually coveting the position of someone else's wife. This made the corners of supremacy Ning's mouth twitch. I will definitely break through to the martial saint level next year. And Mo Qinggu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her entire face was flushed red. Let's go down the mountain and help big brother Chu Yang. Expel all those shameless vixens from the Chu clan. Ning Tianya's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He had the symptoms of alternating between cold and heat. Master, you must help me. The little lowly's eyes were resolute, and she grabbed Ning Tianya tightly. This, little Wu wanting to advance from the 8th stage of the emperor level to the saint level in less than a year. Ning Tianya sucked in a breath of cold air. It's really not easy. Other people have to cultivate for more than 1,000 years. I don't care. And Mo Qingwu resolutely replied, Master, you can make me reach the 8th grade emperor level in a year. So, you can certainly make me reach the saint level. I believe in you, Master. Ning Tianya took a deep breath. He felt that he had mobilized a little too much. It had the opposite effect. From nothing to an 8th grade martial emperor in just 1 year. Do you know how much the two of us have sacrificed? All the medicines that were suitable for martial great masters, martial saints, martial kings, martial emperors, both of us have found them for you. We even found heavenly treasures that could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for you. We also found a jade bed that could gather spiritual energy for you to cultivate on its own. Every day, the two of us would use our Supreme Being's divine consciousness to refine your body so that your spiritual energy could keep up with your soaring cultivation level. We have even dug up the spirit veins of a big clan to find spirit veins for you from the beginning of your cultivation. All the things you have used are things that can make the entire heavenly layer go crazy. So, we have forcibly raised your cultivation to the 8th stage of the Emperor level. Now, this little girl wants to advance from the 8th stage of the Emperor level to the Saint level in the shortest time possible. Ning Tianya was somewhat melancholy. We will do our best. No, we must do it. And Mo Qingwu resolutely said, Master, I will go and cultivate now. Turning around, the little girl went off to practice martial arts. She had a resolute demeanor and the determination to defend her position as brother Chu Yang's wife to the death. Her footsteps were sonorous and sonorous. Ning Tianya sighed deeply. Finally, I have sent my disciple to cultivate. But how can I cover up this lie when the time comes? Besides, what kind of ability can make his disciples' cultivation and divine sense advance to the saint level in half a year? This is a huge problem. It took me 20 years to advance from the emperor level to the saint level. How can it be so easy? Just as he was thinking, Hahalan, Bulu Ching floated over and rocked back and forth. Old Ning, you have bragged too much, haven't you? Ning Tianya frowned and said, Don't talk. I will think about it carefully. Bulu Ching snorted. What are you thinking about? It is not impossible for her to reach the saint level in half a year if she only improves her cultivation. We can do it with one enlightenment, but she has to rely on herself to comprehend and communicate with the heavenly way. How can it be so easy? He said in a mocking tone. She has no foundation to reach the emperor level. She only needs to comprehend martial arts. This is not a difficult matter. She will follow the path step by step as long as we pave the way. Therefore, it is not difficult, but she needs to comprehend the heavenly way from the 5th grade of the monarch level. Is this something you can help with? You have made such a wish. Let's see how you clean up the mess if you can't fulfill it when the time comes. Ning Tianya frowned and said, Didn't I come to discuss with you? Bulu Ching angrily said, Why should I help you clean up the mess you left behind? Little Wu is our common disciple. Ning Tianya solemnly said, You should put in more than half of your effort. Bulu Ching rolled his eyes. Why should I put in more than half? He said, Don't talk nonsense. Let's discuss it. Ning Tianya sighed. According to the current normal progress, it will be very good if she can reach the monarch level in half a year if you and I put in more effort. Bulu Ching angrily said, Then why did you tell her about the saint level? Ning Tianya drooped his head. I want to set up a long-term target for her. Bulu Ching was so angry that he couldn't speak. Long-term target? Great. Now both of us have been trapped in a trap. Long-term your head. Half a year. Ning Tianya sighed. Did you get the boneless bloodfish? How much did you get? Bulu Ching asked. It should be more than 100,000. It was you Lingxue who got it. It's not much in total. We'll split it in half. He also has a disciple who needs it. Ning Tianya sighed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ning Tianya said half instead of 1/3. You're giving him half? Bulu Ching couldn't understand. He stared as if he wanted to eat someone. Do you know what kind of person Yu Lingxue is? He has a wife called Feng Euro, do you know? Do you know what they take in disciples for? You actually gave him half of the boneless bloodfish, which can improve one's bone structure. Do you think our disciple is not good enough? You want someone else's disciple to bully her. Half is still more than 100,000. Ning Tianya said with a guilty conscience. You don't know how to do it yourself? You actually want Yu Lingxue to do it? Bulu Ching stared. Chu Yang was there at that time. Ning Tianya sighed. Guess if I was seen by Chu Yang, Bulu Ching replied with an, Oh, that's understandable. Then he asked excitedly, How's that guy now? Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. 4th grade, Sword Sovereign. It looks like he's about to break through to 5th grade. Bulu Ching said, That's really not easy. Ning Tianya said with deep emotion, Yes. He has no one to rely on and has worked hard to get to where he is now. It's already a heaven-defying achievement for him to be a 5th grade Sword Sovereign. Bulu Ching nodded and said with some emotion, There are really too few lucky people like Xiaowu and Yu Lingxue's brother. 2 supreme martial artists. Indeed, even if it was a direct descendant of a big clan, it was impossible for 2 supreme martial artists to cleanse his meridians every day, let alone a 5th grade supreme martial artist. Mo Qinggu and Wu Qianqian not only had good aptitudes, but also had supreme martial artist masters by their side. They were improving their cultivation every moment, and their spiritual awareness and cultivation were improving together. If they couldn't do it themselves, their masters might as well use the supreme martial artist divine sense to help them improve. This was equivalent to cheating. How could it not be fast? If they relied on their own efforts, not to mention monarch level or emperor level, it could be said that they had worked very hard to reach king level. That was why the two supreme martial artists were so shocked by Chu Yang's mere 4th grade sword sovereign. He doesn't have any flaws now, right? Bu Luqing said. Back in the northern wastelands, there was still sword energy exposed. Not anymore. Ning Tianya said. Even you Ling Xue couldn't tell. He just felt that he should be extraordinary. Bu Luqing laughed mischievously. Only extraordinary achievements? Yu Ling Xue is really as silly as his wife. Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing looked at each other. Both of them winked at each other and laughed. They were secretly pleased. It seemed that Yu Ling Xue couldn't tell Chu Yang's identity. This matter in itself was a big humiliation in front of the two of them. It was extremely embarrassing. There are hundreds of thousands of boneless bloodfish. If we consume them normally, it won't be possible. We can increase it every day and refine blood pearls to consume. Bu Luqing's expression became normal. He said, for the first 3 days, 3 pearls a day. Use 100 fish per pearl to refine the essence and improve the foundation of the disciple. For the second 3 days, still 3 pearls, 200 fish per pearl. For the third 3 days, for 100 fish per pearl. Increase it in sequence so that her physique can keep up with the requirements of each level as soon as possible. Even if her cultivation is improved, her physique will still be perfect. Ning Tianya was shocked. Such improvement. You really want little Wu to reach saint level within half a year? That's impossible. Bu Luqing snorted and ignored him. He continued, so we still need pure yang medicine. And I remember that Chu Yang once gave little Wu Xinyang Jade Core. Ning Tianya wondered, did he? Then he sighed. Old Bu, we were born at the wrong time. When we were disciples, we were beaten, scolded, and bullied every day. We were always like Sunday. It felt good to be a master, but it's not easy to be a disciple. Now that we've finally become a master, we realize that the world has changed again. It's not easy to be a master. Damn it, we're still like sun in front of our disciples, bullied by them every day. What the hell is this? Chapter 889. Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said, our aptitudes can be said to be 1 in 10,000 among ordinary people, but we aren't very outstanding in our respective sections. So, what's so strange about getting beaten and scolded? So many senior and junior brothers who are stronger than us have died, and only the 2 of us are still alive. This is already good enough, but you're still in the mood to complain. If that's the case, who should we complain to about the pile of bones underground? Ning Tianya sighed. It's strange. So many people with better aptitudes than us have died. Bu Luqing snorted and said, people in Jianghu rely on strength and luck, not aptitude. Aptitude is only one aspect. The key is that you have to pay the price. A natural genius is no better than a pig if he sleeps every day. So, what's so strange about him dying? Ning Tianya rejoiced and said, you're right. Fortunately, Xiaowu works hard. She knows how to endure hardships at such a young age. This is very rare. Having such a disciple, it's also a joy for the family to suffer a little. Bu Luqing said disdainfully, you're a cheap bone, so don't say anything. Ning Tianya glared at him and said, you're not a cheap bone. You're more patient than me every time you get scolded by your disciple, and you're still smiling and squinting your eyes when she scolds you. Your disciple says that it's not fun if you don't have a beard on your chin. You're more than 10,000 years old, but you still have a beard. You grow a beard for your disciple to play with. Aren't you cheap? But I never complain. Bu Liuqing's face was a little red. He argued, besides, a beard is also a weapon. Your disciple's scolding has increased its flexibility, and it has also trained its attacking power and endurance. Anyway, I'm happy to do so. What can you do about it? Ning Tianya laughed strangely. Bu Liuqing ignored him and said, Let's talk about business. Now, we have the boneless blood fish and the mysterious yang jade core. So, the two extremes of yin and yang are enough. Old Ning, you go to the Medicine Valley and get some purple energy cinnabar fruit. Then, go to the Zhuge family and get some Heaven Sun purple Ganoderma. Then, go to the North Snow Mountain and get some golden light lotus. Then, go to the South Sea and get some purple whale's blood essence. Remember, the more, the better. As he spoke, Ning Tianya's expression gradually became interesting. These 4 places were the north, south, east, and west. The Medicine Valley and the Zhuge family were slightly stronger, but the North Snow Mountain and the South Sea were 2 extremes. Besides, those things were all heavenly treasures. How could they be found immediately after going there? Ning Tianya was flabbergasted. That's easy for you to say. The Medicine Valley, the Zhuge clan, the North Snow Mountain, the purple whale blood. It just so happens that they're all located in the north, south, east, and west, spanning more than 200,000 li. You want me to break my legs just by moving your lips? Why don't you go yourself? Bu Liuqing said indifferently, Firstly, it's not my promise to reach saint level in half a year. It's yours. Secondly, if both of us leave, what will happen if something happens here? Thirdly, if you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then forget it. Anyway, when the time comes, my disciple won't look for me to settle the score. Ning Tianya flew into a rage. Half each. No way. Bu Liuqing remained unmoved. Ning Tianya stood there pitifully, as if he had lost his soul. It's a pity that I just came back. All right. Bu Liuqing suddenly clapped his hands and said, I almost forgot. What's the matter? Ning Tianya thought that Bu Liuqing wanted to help him, so he asked in high spirits, You also need to get some spirit comprehension grass and heavenly Tao tea. Bu Liuqing said, Little Wu is still young after all. No matter how smart she is, it's impossible for her to comprehend the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, before one reaches adulthood, one's age changes one's mind. She's still young, so what can she comprehend? Therefore, using spirit comprehension grass and heavenly Tao tea is the most effective way to improve her mind. Moreover, little Wu has the red heart now, so taking these will be more effective. You also need to get a few kilograms of each of them. Ning Tianya was completely dumbfounded. Old Bu, don't tell me you don't know. Only the 2 of us have drunk these 2 things once in our lives. You actually want me to get a few kilograms? And even conveniently? Then you can fucking go conveniently. Don't come conveniently. Ning Tianya flew into a hysterical rage. Bu Liuqing stood up and stretched. If you can get 4 of these things back in 2 months, I'll think of a way to get the remaining 2. If I can't, then I can't do anything. As he spoke, Bu Liuqing walked into his small bamboo house. Ning Tianya's face collapsed like a bitter gourd. Damn Bu Liuqing! Mo Qingwu's voice came from the side. Teacher, come quickly! Ning Tianya jumped up immediately. His voice became gentle and kind. He rushed over, but it was already too late. He could only hear Bu Liuqing's mushy voice from inside. Good little Wu, what's wrong? Oh, so it's this. This is the soy sauce drop. Supremacy Ning stared with grief and indignation. He stomped his feet and said, as if he was about to cry, I'll go get the medicine. Chu Yang entered the Huang clan castle amidst Huang Gong's chatter. The moment he entered, he could feel the tight security. Everywhere was filled with murderous intent. Now was the time of war with the Shao clan. So, the Huang clan naturally went all out. Chu Yang's arrival was welcomed wholeheartedly by the Huang clan. The clan master, Huang Shang, came out personally to welcome him. Behind him, several ancestors of the Huang clan also showed up. That night, the Huang clan held a big banquet to entertain divine Dr. Chu. Huang Shang didn't feel anything different about Wei Wuyan. He only thought that Wei Wuyan was divine Dr. Chu's attendant. Wei Wuyan was happy that no one would disturb him. He actually dutifully played the role of an attendant and stood behind Chu Yang. During this period, there were also a few martial saint experts who looked at Wei Wuyan, but they were far inferior to Wei Wuyan and couldn't see anything. Huang Xiaoliu sat at the same table as Chu Yang and was beaming with joy. He even let his 2 wives come out to toast divine Dr. Chu. Divine Dr. Chu was so embarrassed that he almost hid under the table. The little lowly Chu Lu ate to her heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 types of dishes, at the second table in the hall, a yellow-clothed young man stood up and walked over with a wine cup. He had a smile on his face and was full of pride. "Foster father, divine Dr. Chu has cured my brother's illness. I'm very grateful and would like to propose a toast to divine Dr. Chu. Foster father, please allow me." Huang Shang laughed. Good, good, good. It's rare for you to be so filial. Huang Xiaoliu's face darkened. Chu Yang looked over and saw that the young man in yellow had muscular arms and a thin waist. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were full of spirit. He actually had the cultivation of a martial emperor. With a cordial smile, he raised a glass full of wine. "Divine Dr. Chu's miraculous hands have saved our Huang clan from future troubles. You're really the great benefactor of our Huang clan. I'm Huang Qing. I'd like to propose a toast to divine Dr. Chu to express my gratitude. If divine Dr. Chu has any requests in the future, I, Huang Qing, am willing to do anything for you." As he said, he drank up the cup of wine and laughed. Chu Yang raised his cup. "Mr. Huang, you're too polite." He also drank a cup. Huang Qing smiled and said a few more polite words. Then he went back and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the 7 or 8 young men at his table all raised their cups to toast to Chu Yang. After a while, Chu Yang finally finished this round of toasting. Chu Yang looked at Huang Xiaoliu. "These people are all my brothers," Huang Xiaoliu said dejectedly. "They're all taken in by my father in the past 3 years." Chu Yang was enlightened. "I see." Huang Shang must have lost confidence in his son at that time, so he could only use this method. But now that Huang Xiaoliu had recovered and was normal, these people were no longer of much use. At first glance, it didn't seem to be a big deal. But if one thought carefully, one would immediately realize that these 7 or 8 young men and Huang Xiaoliu were now mortal enemies. Since Huang Xiaoliu had recovered, it was useless to keep these people. Instead, they would become internal troubles. Huang Xiaoliu sighed dejectedly. These people were still all right in the past, but now that I've recovered, they're all uncomfortable when they see me. Now, I even need 2 martial saints to guard me when I'm having sex. My wife is going to die of embarrassment. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. After dinner, Huang Shang specially invited Chu Yang to his room for a chat. "Divine Dr. Chu, you've also seen the banquet just now. I just want to ask Divine Dr. Chu, has my son's illness been completely eradicated?" Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, "As long as he doesn't overindulge, he should be fine. But we have to guard against the Shao clan, and the person who can do this should be in the Huang clan." Huang Shang's eyes flashed, and he nodded slowly. "There are many spies in the Huang clan." His eyes were deep. Obviously, he was already relieved. Chu Yang smiled slightly. On the second day, when Chu Yang just got up, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that there was dead silence outside the door. But from the breathing, there should be someone outside. When he went out, he saw that the servants of the Huang clan were all huddled at one side, as if they were whispering something. After asking, he knew that the Huang clan was suddenly attacked by the Shao clan last night. None of the 8 brothers of the Huang clan survived. They all died in this battle. In addition, the Huang clan also lost more than 40 experts, including 3 martial monarchs. Chu Yang's heart shook. This Huangshang is really vicious and merciless. Moreover, he is swift and decisive. He killed so many people without hesitation just because of my affirmation. Since my son recovered, some people looked a little strange. I've been observing. Yesterday, Divine Dr. Chu came. Divine Dr. Chu is the hero who saved the entire Huang clan. Everyone was very enthusiastic, but there were also some people who didn't look right or spoke insincerely. Huang Shang said, "So I killed all those people. Although there will definitely be some who escaped, but as long as we are careful, nothing will happen." Chu Yang agreed. Clan Master Huang is right. But he was a little wary in his heart. What Huang Shang did was completely right. In terms of benefits, it was right to kill these people. But in terms of emotions, it was a little cruel. Just like what Huang Shang said. There will definitely be some who escaped. He was absolutely certain about this. But there was also one thing that couldn't be denied. There will definitely be some innocent people. Chu Yang asked himself, if it were me, would I do this? After thinking for a long time, the answer was no. Even if I kill people, I will never hurt the innocent. Huang Shang was ruthless and ruthless. He was definitely ambitious and ruthless. Such a person and such a force couldn't be controlled. Huang Shang looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Divine Dr. Chu, in your opinion, if I let Xiaoyou participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting, what do you think? Can he win a place for the Huang clan? Huang Xiaoyou participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting? Chu Yang was stunned. Only then did he realize that there were 2 more people. Thank you to Long Yi Niue and Trouble in the Secular World for your rewards. Thank you to Wild Waves, Tears of Fashion, Lilac Fragrance, Heartless Youngster, Awesome Young Master Dong, Traces of Kisses, Shui Linglong, and other brothers for their rewards. There are too many people, so I can't list them one by one. After this month's work, I will list the World Pride Leaderboard and World Pride Monthly Votes Leaderboard and announce them to all the brothers and sisters who have given rewards and monthly votes. Because of my body's condition, I didn't update much these 2 days. I'm really ashamed. Thank you, everyone. It rained for 1 day and 2 nights in Laiwu. My diarrhea also lasted for 1 day and 1 night. I almost didn't sleep last night. On average, I had to jump out of bed in less than 2 hours and run to the toilet at a speed of 100 meters. This is the first update. I'm going to the infusion now. I'll write the second update when I come back at night. Everyone, please be considerate. Chapter 890. Why did Huang Shang let Huang Xiaoyou participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting? Wasn't that sending him to his death? Hundreds of miles away from the Huang clan fort. At this time, Wan Renjie and the others had already bid farewell to Chu Yang and went their separate ways. They promised to meet again at the medicine banquet of the Zhuge clan next spring. Chu Yang walked for a long time with his head lowered. Then he finally asked this question. Chu Yang really couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he tried. Old Wei, what do you think Huang Shang is thinking? Chu Yang frowned. Why did he let Huang Xiaoyou participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting? Wei Wuyan pondered for a long time and finally sighed. I can't figure it out. Yeah, I can't figure it out either, Chu Yang said. This matter is really puzzling. Chao Wuyan said lightly, if he loves his son dearly, he wouldn't let him go to his death. But with Huang Xiaoyou's cultivation, there's no other way for him to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting. Chu Yang said, yes, if he loves his son dearly, he wouldn't let him go to the Tianding Grand Meeting. If he doesn't love his son dearly, he wouldn't have spent more than 1 million purple crystals on his son these few years. The 2 thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. They couldn't help but sigh. After all, we're not ambitious and ruthless. We don't understand the mindset of an ambitious and ruthless person at all. Chu finally couldn't help but sneer. The two looked at each other in astonishment. Big brother, you're wrong. Chu giggled. Chu Yang said modestly, what's wrong? Wei Wuyan also frowned. Could it be that you, a little girl, actually thought of something that neither of us could think of? Chu laughed for a while and suddenly became dazed for a while, as if she was going to cry. After a long time, she sighed and said, Big brother, although you're from the Chu clan, you didn't grow up in the Chu clan. So you might understand politics, battles, or conspiracies, but you still don't understand what a clan is. It's the same for Big Brother Wei. So, the two of you are only from the martial arts world, and not from the martial arts world. Chu smiled sadly, but there was some mockery in her smile. I'd like to hear the details, Wei Wuyan said humbly. Chu chuckled. Big brother, I'm still young, and all these years, other than watching, I've been staying in the family. When I have nothing to do, I've started to analyze the kindness of everyone in the family, from my great-grandfather to the servants in our family. Then I realized that no matter if you're in a high position or at the bottom of the hierarchy, everyone has their own kindness. No one can say that the other is despicable. Now that second uncle is dead, it's a little disrespectful to talk about it. But at that time, why was second uncle so unbridled? This was because his eldest uncle's son was missing. Whatever he did, it was the right thing to do, because he had a son, a direct descendant. My father and fourth uncle couldn't compare to second uncle in terms of status, so second uncle continued to live like this. First uncle must know about what he did, and auntie must be suspicious. Grandfather must know more or less about it. Even my father and fourth uncle must have heard about it through groundless rumors. But no one, including eldest uncle, said anything. Why? Because the most important thing in the family is never kinship. Chu smiled sadly. Perhaps in the family, our mothers put their children first. But mothers are weak in the family after all. What they say doesn't count. In the family, the most important thing is the inheritance, bloodline. The second thing to look at is the future, the family's future. It's not a person's personal future. Chu face was young and tender, but the words she said were so heavy that it made one unable to breathe. Wei Wuyan also looked at her in surprise. If these principles came out of the mouth of any adult, it would make one astonished at his talent and comprehension, let alone a little girl who said these words. So, the family tacitly allowed second uncle's family to be dominant. Even the servants and retainers were completely loyal to the Chu family. We definitely couldn't doubt this. But their loyalty was to the Chu family, not to the master of the Chu family. When the family was gone, they were also finished. But when the master of the family changed, they were still around. Second uncle had the ability and the means back then. Everyone thought that second uncle could bring the Chu family to a higher position. So they supported second uncle. Everyone knew that eldest uncle was a good person, but they couldn't stand on the side of a good person, because good people are often the ones who are sacrificed. Chu Yang nodded silently. So, big brother, although you have left the family now, when you return, you will realize that those who were originally loyal to second uncle are now even more loyal to you. And this loyalty is sincere. Don't doubt this sincerity. And these people, you can deal with them however you want. No matter how badly you deal with them, they will gladly endure it, as long as they can keep their status and lives. Chu smiled. This is the family. Chu Yang nodded silently again. He couldn't help but admit that his sister's view was extremely reasonable. What she said was from the coldest point of view, but the principles she said couldn't be refuted by anyone. Looking at Chu Yang suddenly thought of a person. That person who specialized in scheming and plotting from the dark side of human nature, but was always successful. The master of calculation and manipulation Mo Tianji. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly realized that Chu Lu and Mo Tianji were actually very similar. Especially scheming and plotting. Wei Wuyan was confused. He said, "We're talking about the Huang family. Why are you talking about the Chu family?" Chu Lu smiled reproachfully. "So, Big Brother Wei, you're not a person in power, but a very cute person." Chu Yang smiled. He knew that Chu Lu was praising Wei Wuyan on the surface. But in fact, she was saying that Wei Wuyan wasn't scheming and could only be used by others. He was a typical type of person. Wei Wuyan wasn't stupid. The corner of his mouth twitched. He glared at Chu Lu and said, "You can just say that I'm not enlightened." Chu Lu giggled and said, "The Huang family's matter is similar to the Chu family's matter. Clan Master Huang doesn't value his son, Huang Xiaoliu, but because he only has one son, no matter what, he wants this inheritance. So, no matter what price he has to pay, he wants a direct descendant of the Huang family. As for Huang Xiaoliu, he's a playboy with a true temperament. This kind of person won't achieve much in his lifetime. To be honest, with Clan Master Huang Shang's cultivation, Huang Xiaoliu might have died of old age in a few decades when he's still in his prime. As long as the Huang clan still exists, this kind of thing where the white-haired person dies before the black-haired person will definitely happen. But if Huang Xiaoliu dies in the Tianding Grand Meeting, it'll definitely be different," Chu Lu said affirmatively. Her eyes were full of helpless pity. "I see." Chu Yang was enlightened, but he still let Chu Lu continue. However, the more Chu Lu said, the more disappointed Chu Yang was. He felt that this world was actually so ugly. Chu Lu continued, "Huang Xiaoliu dies in the Tianding Grand Meeting. What kind of place is the Tianding Grand Meeting? It selects law enforcement officers and determines the status of clans. Now that Huang Xiaoliu has died, he's only left behind 2 crying babies. In the future, we'll teach them, what kind of sacrifice did your father make for our clan? Don't neglect this small matter. For children who haven't formed their minds yet, they'll be instilled with how great their father is. Then, they'll work hard to cultivate until they're independent, and by then, the Huang family will be stronger than it is now. Sacrificing Huang Xiaoliu, who has no future at all, in exchange for the prosperity of the Huang family." Chu Lu said, "It's not that Huang Shang doesn't have any affection for his son, but compared to the long-term interests of the clan, this affection is too weak. Anyway, Huang Xiaoliu can't play any big role in his current situation. His only role in this life is to set a great example for the future generations of the clan." "Too cold," Chu Yang said solemnly. Wei Wuyan nodded in agreement. "It's indeed too cold." "I hope I'm wrong," Chu Lu sighed softly. "You only said to leave behind 2 babies, but didn't you think about what if these 2 babies are girls?" Wei Wuyan asked. So, Huang Shang chose the Tianding Grand Meeting instead of the medicine banquet for Huang Xiaoliu. Chu Lu sneered and said, "There's still 1.5 years to the Tianding Grand Meeting, and it only takes 10 months for a girl to get pregnant." Wei Wuyan felt cold all over. He asked Chu Yang, "This is a clan?" Chu Yang sighed. After careful consideration, he said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that 80% of Lu Ai's speculation should be close to the truth." Wei Wuyan was stunned for a long time. Then he let out a sigh and said, "Fortunately, I wasn't born in a clan." Chu Lu and Chu Yang remained silent. Huang Xiaoliu's resigned, helpless, and bitter eyes flashed in front of Chu Yang's eyes. He seemed to see Huang Xiaoliu saying to himself, "Boss, I'm actually just a dandy. My only mission is to carry on the Huang family's ancestral line. When I return home, I'll work hard to be a good tool." Suddenly, he felt extremely resentful. He's already resigned to his fate. He already wants to do everything according to your arrangements. Why do you still want to do this? Using his life to squeeze out the greatest value from him before and after his death? Is this still the relationship between parents and children? Huang Shang, why are you so cruel? You're so ambitious. Even if the Huang family dominates the heavens, what can you get from it? But Chu Yang only kept these in his heart. His current strength was not enough. He couldn't intervene in the disputes of such a big clan like the Huang family. Chu Yang only thought of that dandy's face, that tone of resignation, and that expression of despair. He sighed deeply in his heart. If we meet at the Tianding Grand Meeting in the future, can I lend him a hand? The three of them walked on. Chu Yang was very silent all the way. After walking for a few hundred miles, when they were camping at night, Chu Yang suddenly asked Chu Lu'er, Sister Lu'er, what about you? What do you think of your future? Because at this moment, he suddenly thought of Yu Lingshue's words. If you really love and care for her, give her a future. Let her be all-powerful and look down on the world. Don't use your identity and love to bind her to an ordinary woman. Second update today. Chu Lu'er's future has troubled me for a long time. If anyone has any thoughts, you can share them in the comments section. Cousin went with me to Yin Tian's infusion. Cousin said that the money for the injection could be exchanged for 10 yuan. Why did you still have diarrhea? I was speechless on the spot. Damn it, if all the money was exchanged for 1-cent coins, I would die on the spot. Chapter 891. Future. Chu Lu looked at Chu Yang in confusion. Her expression also gradually became serious. Ever since she returned home, Chu Yang had never called her Sister Lu'er. He always called her. At this moment, when he called her Lu'er, Chu Lu'er felt a sense of solemnity, holiness, and respect. Not bad, future. Chu Yang nodded heavily. Wei Wuyan stood up and smiled. I'll go hunt some wild animals to go with the wine. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. He could tell that Chu Yang and his sister were discussing some serious issues, and Wei Wuyan felt that he shouldn't listen to this issue, so he simply avoided it. The siblings, who were deep in thought, didn't notice Wei Wuyan's departure. Under the flickering bonfire, the siblings' expressions were a little serious. Chu Lu'er's expression was a little sad. Big brother, are you already planning for my future now? Chu Yang nodded and said affirmatively, Lu'er needs to be in charge of her own future. Chu Lu'er smiled and said, but big brother, I only have 2 years, and we haven't found the 8 kinds of magical herbs that you mentioned. It's a little too early for me to worry about my future now. Chu Yang smiled. Under the bonfire, Chu Yang's smile was serious and solemn, full of trustworthiness. He said, Lu'er, you only need 1 or 2 kinds of herbs now. Ah! Chu Lu'er stood up in shock. She looked at Chu Yang, and her whole body trembled. Big brother, this, why? You don't believe me? Chu Yang smiled and took out a small package. Lu'er, this is the absolute vine that third uncle risked his life to get back. Chu Lu'er looked at it, dumbfounded. Chu Yang took out the packages one by one. This is Jade Petal Ganoderma. This is Heavenly Jade Mystical Liquid. This is a flower. This is Life Pangolin. This is Lifeless Death Water. This is Earth Een Soul Ginseng. Chu Yang laid them out in a row. Lu'er, there are a total of 8 kinds of magical herbs. We already have 7 kinds here. Now, all that's left is the color lotus. Chu Lu'er's delicate body began to tremble like a willow in the wind. Her lips turned pale, and she was on the verge of collapsing. She felt her legs go weak, and she almost couldn't stand straight. She couldn't form a sound. Big brother, how did you find me? Chu Yang chuckled and said, Big brother, you're not called the black-hearted divine hand for nothing. He said, these medicines have been made using some methods. Perhaps they're somewhat shady, but in the end he got it. Furthermore, there's only one thing missing. Tears blurred Chulu's eyes. Big brother. Chu Yang's face became extremely serious. Lu, I'm only telling you this today because I want you to know that your future is not limited to just these 2 years. You still have 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years ahead of you. As long as you are willing, your future is limitless. My future is limitless. Chulu's tears dripped down. She said in a daze, so, I don't only have these 2 years left, Chuyang smiled. Good sister, you still have a very long life ahead of you. Therefore, we have to plan what you want to do in that long life of yours. Chulu was at a loss. Her body swayed and she almost fell down. The huge surprise, the long-awaited wish, was suddenly right in front of her eyes. She couldn't bear it at all. These days, she knew that her fourth uncle, Chu Fian, had been going to the law enforcement blood payers hall every day to inquire for information. She also heard faintly that out of the medicinal herbs that Huang Gong needed, how many of them were needed by her. But she never had any extravagant hopes, nor did she complain about anything. To this pitiful girl, to be able to live the remaining 2 years of her life without suffering was already an extravagant wish that she didn't even dare to think about. Chulu was already grateful that her big brother could let her live without suffering for 2 years. But she didn't expect that her big brother had actually gotten 7 of the 8 medicinal herbs that she needed unknowingly. It was said that the Chu clan couldn't afford those even if they sold all their fortune. For a moment, Chulu felt as if she was in a dream. Her body was floating and weightless. Chu Yang sighed tenderly. He pulled Chulu's petite body over and hugged her in his arms. He let her sit on his lap and gently stroked his sister's hair with his right hand to wake her up as soon as possible. After a long time, Chulu seemed to have woken up from a dream. She didn't say a word. Suddenly, she leaned into Chu Yang's arms and started sobbing silently. Her sobbing went from silent sobbing to soft choking and then to loud bawling. Her voice was sharp and miserable, and there was also a kind of relief that she finally felt relieved. I finally escaped from the shadow of death. I can live on. Chulu cried until she almost couldn't breathe. She was like a little girl who had been wronged infinitely and had finally thrown herself into the warm embrace of her family. Chu Yang hugged her quietly and patted her gently, letting Chulu continue to cry. He knew that the pain and despair that Chulu had been suppressing in her heart for a long time was slowly being released and dissipating. After a long time, Big brother, I didn't say it before, but I'm very scared. Chu Luer sobbed and said, I'm very scared of death. Chu Yang's heart tightened. This sentence seemed to have squeezed his heart. Death, who wasn't afraid of death? Even an old monster who had lived for thousands of years would be afraid of death, let alone a little girl like Chu Lu, who hadn't even started her life yet. If life was like a flower, Chu Lu was just a flower that had just sprouted. I'm scared that I won't be able to see all of you anymore. I won't be able to see Mother anymore. I'm scared. I heard that the world is completely dark and you can't see anything. There's no light, nothing at all. You can only walk alone. Chulu cried and her body trembled. Big brother, every time I think of that kind of loneliness, I try my best to live on. I'm too scared. Too scared. There were few times when I dreamed of it and it scared me awake. I didn't dare to sleep anymore. I'm really scared. Now, you don't have to be scared of anything. Chu Yang's voice was full of confidence and full of Chu Lu's complete dependence. This made her hug her big brother's arm even tighter. Lu, do you know who's in charge of that world? Chu Yang asked gently. Chu Lu's body trembled violently. She hid her little head in Chu Yang's arms and said softly, I heard that he's called the King of Hell. Yes. Do you know what my nickname was before I came to the upper 3 heavens? Chu Yang's voice was suddenly full of dominance and arrogance, as if he was the ruler of the world. Big Brother's nickname? Chu-Lu raised her head curiously and said, I don't know. For some reason, Chu-Lu was instantly affected by Chu Yang's wild and domineering aura that ignored the world. The fear in her heart suddenly disappeared without a trace in her big brother's arms. She only felt incomparably warm and comfortable. At that time, they all called Big Brother King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang laughed. His laughter was full of incomparable confidence. Ah, so impressive. Chu-Lu blinked. In Chu Yang's gentle and firm voice, Chu-Lu actually didn't realize that she had already stopped crying. Yes, so I'm the King of Hell. Chu Yang laughed. Chu-Lu pressed her face against her big brother's chest and felt the strong and powerful beating of his heart in his chest. Suddenly, she felt peace and happiness in her heart. In this embrace, she didn't have to be afraid of anything and didn't have to worry about anything. And this embrace was always open to her and would never cool down. Yes, Big Brother is the King of Hell. Chu-Lu said softly and affirmatively, full of trust. When she said the two terrifying words King of Hell, she felt that she was no longer afraid. Yes, so I want you to remember it well. Chu Yang said word by word, I'm the King of Hell. If the King of Hell doesn't want you to die, then you won't die no matter what. At this moment, Chu Yang's voice became resolute, like the sound of metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. These few words were full of trustworthy power, as if they were directly imprinted on Chu-Lu's mind and turned into a brand that could never be erased. When Chu Yang said this, he used the unparalleled power of his spirit. Chu-Lu nodded heavily. Big Brother, I believe you. At this moment, she really believed it and believed wholeheartedly. As long as Big Brother doesn't want me to die, then I won't die. And Big Brother will definitely not let me die. Since that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? Now, do you have confidence in your future? Chu Yang smiled and asked as he pinched Chu-Lu's little nose. Oh my, Big Brother, you're so annoying. Chu-Lu smiled shyly and nudged her little head in Chu Yang's arms. Tell me, what do you want to be when you grow up? Chu Yang said softly. When I grow up. Chu-Lu snuggled in Chu Yang's arms and blinked her big eyes. When I grow up. She suddenly pursed her lips. There are a few choices. Chu Yang looked at the flickering fire and threw in another bundle of firewood. Amidst the crackling sounds, a pine fragrance with smoke wafted out, and the fire burned even brighter. The first choice is to be ordinary. Be an ordinary woman and grow up happily. Don't care about the responsibilities of the clan or the people of the world. Just find a reliable person and support each other in times of need, assist the husband and teach him, and live through this life. Ordinary and vulgar but real. Although life is short, you'll enjoy family ties. From young to old, after seeing all the vanity of the world, you'll leave quietly. Chu Yang's voice was heavy as he said, This is a path. Chu-Lu straightened her body from Chu Yang's arms. She brushed her hair and smiled. Then what's the second choice? Chu Yang looked at Chu-Lu's face steadily. After a long time, he said, The second choice is to choose the path of power. You'll use all your wisdom and schemes, and use your clan as a platform to seek benefits for the clan. You'll command thousands of troops step by step, and you'll have complete power and authority for the rest of your life. Chu-Lu smiled. The third choice? Chapter 892. Chu Yang took a deep breath. The third way is to choose the path of martial arts and devote one's life to arduous cultivation. To prolong one's life will be colorful, but also lonely. It will be full of perilous situations and full of life and death. It's not certain when it will stop. Chu-Lu was silent for a while before she asked, Big Brother, is there a fourth way? The fourth way. Chu Yang took a breath. Yes, the fourth way of life is the path of the great Tao. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva and said with some difficulty, "The path of the great Tao is beyond the path of martial arts and the path of the heavenly Tao. The path of the great Tao has no end. If you want to walk on the path of the great Tao, you have to pay not only with hard work and sweat, but also with a firm belief. This path is the most difficult one and also the loneliest. When you walk halfway, you may find that the people around you have already fallen and disappeared. But you can't turn back. You can only keep walking forward, even if there is nothing in front of you." Chu Yang said in a low voice, "Is there really nothing in front of me?" Chu Lu bit her little finger and asked softly with the infatuation of a young girl, "Maybe there will be something, but everything in front will sooner or later become the scenery behind you." Chu Yang finished speaking in a low voice. He looked at the burning bonfire in a daze and said nothing. Chu Lu took 2 steps outside and looked at the dark sky and the dark forest. She stood beside the bonfire and said softly, "Big brother, you know me too. I've been suffering since I was born. I grew up in pain. Other people may not be able to experience pain in 10 generations, but I can experience it several times in a month." Chu Lu smiled bitterly. "Most women in the world will choose the first way, to be a good wife, find a home, and live the rest of their lives. But I've suffered so much in my life and suffered so much pain, but it's not to be a good wife, but to take the most ordinary path." Chu Yang said in a low voice, "Then the first way is no. No, the second way is the path of power. I don't want to participate in the struggles of the clan. No matter what, we're still blood-related. Just thinking about that kind of situation makes me feel scared," Chu Lu said calmly. Chu Yang sighed. "In that case, the second option is also off the table. No, the third path, the path of martial arts." Chu Lu smiled sweetly. "Big brother, since there's a path that transcends the path of martial arts, why should I choose this path that's obviously one level lower?" Chu Yang said helplessly, "The third option is also rejected." "No." Chu Lu smiled mischievously. "Then there's only the fourth option left," Chu Yang said. "So I don't need to choose." Chu Lu laughed. "The fourth path is filled with hardships. It's the loneliest and the loneliest path, but there will always be people who take it. Although the front will become the back, the scenery is still the scenery. The unknown scenery is the most attractive because I never know what I will encounter in the next moment. Who knows if there are any companions in front of me? The path of the great Tao. Since they had walked on this path, which one of them wasn't outstanding. All the geniuses and eternal legends since ancient times are on this path." Chu Lu said softly, "If I speed up and take a few more steps, I might surpass a legend. Every time I surpass a legend, it's an achievement." Chu Lu's eyes shone brightly. "Big brother, I like this kind of achievement." Her face seemed to be glowing under the light of the fire. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. It seemed as if all the feelings and concerns in his chest had been released in this sigh. "Good," Chu Yang shouted. Then he stood up. "Since that's the case and Lu has identified your path, I only want to say one thing. Don't regret it in the future." Chu Lu said firmly, "I won't regret it." She raised her small chin, which was sharp and carried a kind of determination. "Because this is my own path. If I regret it, no one will regret it for me." Chu Yang looked at her quietly for a while and said, "I still have 3 paths here." "3 more paths?" Chu Lu turned her head in surprise. "3 paths of the great Tao," said Chu Yang. "Big brother, please tell me," said Chu Lu. "I will choose carefully and carefully." Chu Yang took 2 steps slowly and said, "The first path is a kind of martial technique that follows the rules and has the least number of forks. As long as you persevere, you will be able to keep moving forward. This is also the path that most people in the current world have chosen." "The second path?" Chu Lu frowned. The second path is to take a shortcut. I know of a martial technique that follows the path of pure yin in the female body. Then one can take elixirs of the heavens and the earth and continuously improve. After improving to a certain level, one can start to return to the right path and move forward step by step. This path is also the path of the great Tao, said Chu Yang. Chu Lu frowned again. Big brother, what you mean is that the second path is only different at the beginning, but after a period of time, one will return to the first path. Yes. Chu Yang looked at her steadily. This is also the fastest and most reliable method for female cultivation. What about the third path? Chu Lu asked softly. I hope that you will choose from the first two paths. Chu Yang opened his mouth, but still said it. But, big brother, your sister isn't an ordinary girl. Chu Lu smiled gently, but there was a stubborn persistence in her tone. Shameless, Chu Yang chided with a smile, but he hesitated. Big brother, Chu Lu urged, the third path is an evil path. He thought, at the end of the day, I still have too many concerns. I am the Tribulation Sword Master and need strong support by my side. If Lu cultivates poison techniques, she will definitely be a great help to me in the future. But I am worried about my reputation. I am worried that people will accuse me of making use of my sister to achieve my hegemony and even make use of her to cultivate a poison spirit body. I am thinking too much. As long as I have a clear conscience, what does it matter if Lu cultivates poison techniques or not? What does what others say have to do with me? The great Tao is boundless. The so-called poison techniques are just another path to take. Thinking of this, he calmed down immediately. Once his thoughts were clear, he actually felt that his state of mind was a little unstable. Vaguely, there seemed to be signs of a bottleneck loosening. He suddenly understood. Actually, having a clear mind is also a way to cultivate swordsmanship. There is nothing that is stagnant. The sword will naturally reach everywhere. Chu Yang chuckled. He stretched out his hand, and the 7 types of elixirs on the ground entered the tribulation space. He stood next to the fire, and suddenly, crisscrossing sword aura covered his body. The sword aura moved left and right, up and down, fluttering chaotically. Wei Wuyan, who had been far away, felt something and hurried over. He couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that the sword aura on Chu Yang's body was crisscrossing, and a faint, dense aura spread out. The sword aura whooshed out, but it seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. It wandered around but didn't hurt anything. Finally, all the sword aura suddenly soared into the sky and formed a slender, long sword shape above Chu Yang's head. A clear sword sound was emitted from this invisible sword aura, like the cry of a phoenix in the sky. The sword aura disappeared and entered Chu Yang's body. Wei Wuyan clearly felt that Chu Yang's sword sovereign level had increased by another level at this moment, because his whole person's spirit was completely different from before. It was sharper and more unscrupulous. Originally, the sword was in the scabbard, but now it was half a foot out of the scabbard, revealing its sharpness. Chapter 893. Wei Wuyan was extremely puzzled. Could it be that talking to my sister can force a breakthrough in cultivation? What kind of explanation is this? It's a pity that my sister has passed away for so many years. Otherwise, I would also like to talk to her. Otherwise, how can Chu Yang's breakthrough be explained? It's simply unbelievable. That night, the 3 of them said that they stayed for a night, but actually none of them slept. Wei Wuyan was surprised. He was thinking carefully about what was going on. Could this be another kind of epiphany during cultivation? Using kinship for epiphany? Or using blood relations for epiphany? Great blood payer Wei Wuyan thought until the latter half of the night. The more he thought, the more ridiculous and the more upset he became. He only felt dizzy and gave up. Chu was thinking, my illness is going to be cured soon. He. So many years of suffering have finally come to an end. Big Brother, is going to teach me the art of poison. When I've mastered it, I'll stand out and shout, I'm Chu-Lu-Er. I'm Chu-Lu-Er. Presumably, many people would exclaim on the spot, and then, wow, you're the world's #1 poison expert. Super expert, as Chu-Lu-Er thought. Her 2 big eyes narrowed into crescents. Her rosy lips couldn't help but twitch, and then twitch again. Her small tongue also couldn't help but lick her lips from time to time. She was excited, happy, and exhilarated about the beautiful future she had outlined. But she couldn't sleep. Chu Yang, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly comprehending his new realm. 5th stage, Sword Sovereign. Wei Wuyan's feeling wasn't wrong. In terms of sword cultivation, the 5th stage Sword Sovereign was the stage of sword cultivation. It was called unsheathing the sword, but not leaving the sheath, radiating sharpness and threatening murderous intent. Having just obtained the essence of the sword spirit, one could control the spirit of the sword. This was the 5th stage, Sword Sovereign. They set off at dawn the next day. Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan didn't feel anything. Only the little girl, Chu-Lu-Er, had 2 panda-like dark circles under her eyes. She kept yawning along the way. That morning, they had already reached the Black Mountain Pass. The Black Mountain Pass was the boundary of the world. It was also the most terrifying area in the whole southeast region. After crossing this Black Mountain Pass, we'll really be out of the southeast region. Wei Wuyan stretched out his hand and pointed forward, his voice solemn. Chu Yang looked at the triangular intersection in front of him. He let out a deep breath and said, Our Chu clan is not too remote in the southeast. There is a large area in the southeast of the Chu clan. Further southeast is a desolate and uninhabited place. Now that I think about it, we actually walked nearly 7,000 miles from the Chu clan to the Black Mountain Pass. In other words, the entire southeast was actually more than 20,000 miles in a straight line. What a vast place this is, Wei Wuyan said faintly. And the southeast that you see is not even 1/10 of the entire upper 3 heavens. If it was from the southeast to the southwest, it would probably be 100,000 li. And from the south to the north, it's even farther. Chu Yang gasped. The upper 3 heavens is too big. Compared to the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens, it's many times bigger. Wei Wuyan chuckled. It's good that the place is big. Heroes were emerging in large numbers, and it was very lively. If he caused trouble, it would be easier for him to hide. That's why the remuneration is so high. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're only thinking about the remuneration. Wei Wuyan said, but the emergence of the Blood Payers organization has indeed made the upper 3 heavens much quieter. Otherwise, I really don't know how many bandits will appear. Chu Yang said quietly, I don't think so. The emergence of the Blood Payers has made the world more chaotic. Bandits and Blood Payers are mixed together. If they accept missions, they're Blood Payers. If they don't accept missions, they're bandits. In this way, it's even more difficult for the law enforcement officers. Blood Payers are actually law enforcement officers in another sense. They're the kind of people that the law enforcement officers can't deal with easily. And now that they're mixed together, I'm afraid that the law enforcement officers sometimes don't know where to start. Although there are certain benefits from a certain extent, this is condoning evil. Wei Wuyan was stunned. After a long time, he nodded and said, This makes sense. However, it's also a little one-sided. Chu Yang, do you think that law enforcement officers really enforce the law fairly? There are more than 10 people who wear law enforcement officers' uniforms and commit crimes in this world. Such people are far more abominable than real bandits. Law enforcement officers have long been rotten from the inside. Law enforcement officers have long been rotten from the inside. Chu Yang said softly. His eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking about. So this world is becoming more and more chaotic, Wei Wuyan said. So no matter what, this world is chaotic, Chu Yang said quietly. It's precisely because the world is chaotic that we need to have strength. Wei Wuyan's ordinary face had a kind of clear radiance. Chu Yang, in the upper three heavens, there are many martial artists. There are more experts, and there are more geniuses than experts. Every moment, there are geniuses falling. Chu Yang listened quietly. He knew that this was Wei Wuyan's lament. And the lament of people like Wei Wuyan was often the most valuable experience in the martial world. The big clans monopolize all resources. So, the world is dominated by the big clans. But no matter when, as long as the big clans exist, there will definitely be resistance. Because of the resistance, the big clans become more and more domineering. So, there are more and more people who resist. But big clans are big clans. They have a deep foundation and they have many talented people. There was a period of time when they even monopolized the word. The Shao clan established the frightening Dragon Martial Arts Academy and recruited poor disciples. But after they finished their studies, they all became the Shao clan slaves. Those from the frightening Dragon Martial Arts Academy became hired thugs, and those from the frightening Dragon Martial Arts Academy became accountants, shopkeepers, and waiters. It's impossible for them to be above the Shao clan's relatives in their whole lives. The other big clans also use the same method to recruit talents. Outside, there are many people who practice martial arts but are illiterate, Wei Wuyan sighed. What does martial arts comprehension rely on? Even if you're smart and a genius, if you're illiterate and don't know any principles, how can you comprehend the heavenly way of martial arts? That's simply a joke. So, the rule of the big clans is still considered impregnable for the past 10,000 years. Although the big clans are strong, the upper three heavens is too big. After all, there are only a small number of people in the big clans. Although they can rule, slowly they can't monopolize it completely. So, from 8,000 years ago, there were constant battles and fights. Now, actually every year that passes, the battles will escalate and become more and more intense. But the big clans can completely suppress them every time. But with the passage of time, there are also experts and gangs among the idle people of the martial world. So the whole continent is in chaos. We're that group of people. Wei Wuyan said, the reason why we're able to pass down our heritage, develop our cultivation, and still survive is not because the big clans are soft-hearted, but because, what you said just now, the upper three heavens is too big. Chu Yang was silent. Wei Wuyan said, do you know that the sentence, the upper three heavens is too big, that you said just now is really enough for people to experience for thousands of years? It's full of helplessness and blood. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, even if we're helpless, we still have to continue living. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. You're right. He said sadly, now the upper three heavens is desperate for resources. There's no such thing as benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Everything depends on strength. And as long as we pass through this mountain pass, we'll enter a chaotic world. A truly terrifying chaotic world. Chaotic world. Chu Yang frowned and asked, yes, chaotic world. Ahead is the Black Blood Forest in the southeast. Wei Wuyan pointed and said, outside the mountain pass, the Black Blood Forest is all within a radius of more than 3,000 miles. It's an unregulated area. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of air. A radius of 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles doesn't seem to be very big, but it's clear after careful calculation. In our words, it's 1.77 million square kilometers. P.S. Some readers always feel that the world is small, so I'll explain it here. This place is equivalent to 1/5 of a country. It's not small. What a vast area this is. This place is bordered by a few big clans, but each clan doesn't dare to have the final say. They also don't dare to go deep into the Black Blood Forest. This place is known as the Forbidden Area of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officers. In this area, the Shao clan is in contact with the Southeast, the Zhuge clan and the Lan clan are in contact with the South, and the Yi clan is in contact with the South. It's precisely because these four clans are in contact with each other that they don't care. This place has become a complete, chaotic world. In this area, who knows how many bandits, robbers, and all kinds of shady businesses exist. And among these, no one can tell which one belongs to the Shao clan, the Zhuge clan, the Lan clan, or the Yi clan. Wei Wuyan said, "So, before entering this place, you have to be mentally prepared." He said heavily, "Be prepared to kill any time, or be killed." In such a place, even big clans and law enforcement officers don't have much face. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a sharp light. "So, I can kill people here as I wish?" "Yes, as long as you have the ability." Wei Wen said, "But you have to take note that the people here are the hardest to kill, because you don't know that a person you kill casually may have a huge force behind him. So, once you kill someone here, you have to kill them cleanly. Otherwise, you'd rather not kill them. Let them go and wait for the next chance. And there are many experts here. As far as I know, there are many leaders whose cultivations are not inferior to mine. And in this entire Black Blood Forest, there's also a person who is known as the Absolute King. This person occupies the entire Black Blood Forest and is mysterious and unpredictable. For so many years, no one knows his identity, but we only know that he's extremely powerful." Wei Wuyan's voice was very cautious and serious. There was even a strong sense of fear. Chapter 894. I see. Chu Yang nodded as he pondered. He secretly remembered this matter. How could Wei Wuyan be so fearful without even meeting him be a small matter? After thinking for a while, Chu Yang said, "Old Wei, I remember that your nest is also here." Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. "Yes, I've placed my teacher on one of the mountains here. In order to avoid trouble, I've been coming and going quietly. I've never come into contact with the people here. They don't know who I am, and I'm also not interested in knowing who they are." Chu Yang nodded slowly and said, "If there's any change or danger, take good care of Lu. Don't worry about me." Wei Wuyan nodded. "Don't worry. If that mysterious king doesn't appear, I'm confident that I can protect all of you and get out of here." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Old Wei, don't fight unless there's no other choice. Let me get a feel of the situation first." Wei Wuyan was startled. Then he understood immediately and said, "You want to train yourself. This is a suitable place. Don't worry about anything. Kill as much as you can." This place was the most natural training ground for life and death because there were all kinds of opponents in the Black Blood Forest. There were all kinds of strange weapons, strange cultivation techniques, and even many cultivation techniques that had been lost in history. However, they would suddenly appear here. Moreover, everyone fights with life and death as the result. It's incomparably powerful in terms of battle experience and tempering of the divine spirit. Chu Yang nodded. He completely understood what Wei Wuyan said. Battle experience was, in fact, only useful in terms of life and death experience. Ordinary daily sparring could only be said to be training the body, nothing more. If one couldn't even feel the killing intent, what was the point of training? As for tempering the divine spirit, it was even more reasonable. After all, this was the other party's home ground. If one fought here, one would have to be tense at all times. He didn't dare to relax at all. Over time, it would be of great benefit to his mental endurance and the condensation of his divine spirit. Ever since Chu Yang got the first fragment of the Tribulation Sword's Master's divine spirit, although he had completely digested it, He was still a long way away from condensing it and completely integrating it with his divine spirit. Since this place was so dangerous, he could make use of this opportunity to temper himself. In this way, as long as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his spirit became more condensed, he would have more confidence in participating in the medicine banquet and the Tianding grand meeting. Wei Wuyan had been carefully observing Chu Li's expression. When he saw that Chu Li had changed from contemplation to determination, he knew that Chu Li had made up his mind. Hence, he stopped persuading Chu Li and only reminded him, the most powerful pressure can produce the most powerful motivation. It can also make the most incredible breakthrough. If you can fight your way out of the black blood forest, it shouldn't be a problem for you to raise your cultivation by a few more levels. However, you have to be careful. Although your cultivation is not weak, there are many experts here. Who knows how many of them are stronger than you? If you are in danger, don't try to be brave. If I can't save you in time, then everything will be bad. Chu Yang looked deeply at the dark mountain pass in the distance. He slowly nodded and said, I know. This place is dangerous. For ordinary people, the mere mention of it makes their faces pale. But for martial arts fanatics, it's a treasured place to gain experience. Every year, there would be young disciples from the various large clans who would come to this place to gain experience and increase their strength. However, they usually didn't dare to go too deep. Usually, they would only walk for a few hundred miles before retreating. Actually, this place isn't just a dangerous place. Wei Wuyan turned his head and looked at Chu Lu'er meaningfully. He said, Brother Chu, do you know that there are 3 treasures in the southeast region? Boneless fish in 10,000-mile waves, blooming and withering flowers in 1,000-year fog, and black blood vines in the black blood forest. You're saying that there are black blood vines here? Chu Yang suddenly turned around. Wei Wuyan said, yes, and it's black blood poisonous core vine. There are thousands of poisons on it and mysterious bone-destroying water on it. However, these 2 things are at the center of the black blood forest, and it's very hard to find. Chu Yang automatically ignored Wei Wuyan's last 2 sentences. He said excitedly, haha, there's actually black blood poisonous core vine and mysterious bone-destroying water here. This black blood forest is really a good place. Wei Wuyan was speechless. I've said it clearly. It's at the center of the black blood forest, and there are many experts there. That mysterious king of the black blood forest is there, and you're still so excited? Chu Yang couldn't help but be excited. Although the black blood poisonous core vine had a scary name, it wasn't poisonous in itself. The heart juice of the black blood poisonous core vine was an even better treasure. It was something like bone marrow. Once it was refined, it would be the source of thousands of poisons. Although the source wasn't poisonous, if it was given to Chu Lu'er, her cultivation of poison techniques would be smooth sailing. With the help of great poisons to temper her body, the help of the poisonous core of the human-faced spider, and the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon, she would be able to produce thousands of poisons automatically. With the heart juice of the black blood poisonous core vine, Chu Lu'er's poison techniques would be like having the source of thousands of poisons. It was equivalent to reaching a higher level. How could Chu Yang not be happy? Mysterious bone-destroying water was an accompanying substance of the black blood poisonous core vine. Only places with mysterious bone-destroying water could the black blood poisonous core vine grow. Both were indispensable, and this mysterious bone-destroying water was even more nourishing for women who cultivated the cold aura. It was said that it could completely incinerate the meridians that weren't suitable for cultivation and reshape them. This was equivalent to a complete rebirth. To the current Chu Lu'er, each of these 2 items was a great fortune that she could only dream of. And to Chu Yang, these 2 items were also infinitely useful. These were all good things that could be used to make heavy pills. In the tribulation space, although the sword spirit was still weak, he couldn't wait to express his desire. You must get them. You must get them. The sword spirit was roaring somewhat ferociously and jumping up and down in the tribulation space. He couldn't wait to come out and take over Chu Yang's body and kill his way into the black blood forest to obtain the black blood poisonous core vine and mysterious Een bone-destroying water. The more the better. The more the better. The sword spirit gritted his teeth. Chu Yang originally wanted to just pass through the black blood forest, but when he heard that there were such treasures here, how could he still take another step forward? At the same time, he had a strange plan in his heart. I heard from Wei Wuyan that the people here are all enemies of the big clans. At the very least, they are rebels. If I can get some help from here, if Wei Wuyan knew that Chu Yang actually had this idea now, he would definitely fall down from his horse's back. These people are all extremely vicious and have been entrenched here for countless years. You actually want to get them as your subordinates? They'll eat you alive. Let's go down quickly. Chu Yang laughed. You have to be careful. All treasures aren't easy to get. Wei Wuyan reminded him. Not only are there accompanying ferocious beasts, but that mysterious king also stays here for a long time. Who knows why? You have to be careful about this. Although treasures are good, you have to act according to your capabilities. It's only a treasure if you're alive to enjoy it. If you're not alive to enjoy it, it's just a trap. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Sometimes it has to be in life. No matter whether it's in life or not. You have to try before you know. Who would be willing to take a detour directly? Wei Wuyan sighed. He regretted telling Chu Yang that there was a black blood poisonous core vine here. It was only when he heard Chu Yang and Chu Lu are talking about poison that he remembered that there was such a thing here. Therefore, he blurted it out without thinking. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so eager and daring. Looking at the black blood forest in the distance now, that dense black fog and that pitch-black color, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt that it was like an ancient giant beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for the three of them to jump in so that it could chew them into powder. The three of them looked at the black mountain pass from afar and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Then they waved their horse whips and rushed down, leaving behind a trail of smoke and dust. The Black Mountain Pass was indeed the Black Mountain Pass. Even the rocks on both sides of the mountain were black. The three of them rode past the Black Mountain Pass like a gust of wind and entered the vast area in front. This was also the chaotic world that Wei Wuyan mentioned. This was a boundless forest. Moreover, the trees on both sides were tall and thick. No one knew how old they were, but regardless of whether it was the trunks or the branches, they were all pitch black in color. Even the ground under their feet was pitch black. Even though it was daytime, there was still a dark fog floating in the air. An indescribable, gloomy atmosphere arose spontaneously. As the three of them went deeper into this area, this atmosphere became more and more intense. Faintly, a kind of terrifying feeling naturally pervaded the air. It seemed to be full of oppression and blood. Even the sky above seemed to be forever shrouded by a gloomy fog. One couldn't see the blue sky and the sun, and there was a faint murderous intent. The three of them didn't stop at all. They spurred their horses and rushed into the first dense forest. The crisp and rapid sound of horse hooves woke up the silence of the black blood forest. A chaotic sound of birds chirping could be heard. Countless birds of all shapes and sizes flew up from the tree branches and hovered in the air, as if condemning these intruders who had intruded into their territory. Even these birds were all pitch black all over. Looking up, one could only see cold and gloomy gazes. The eyes of these big birds were actually flickering faintly and viciously, like will-o'-the-wisps. Chu Yang suddenly discovered a strange thing. After entering this vast area, it seemed that his divine senses and senses of aura had lost their function. It was as if he had entered an undetectable ghost territory that blocked off all auras of living things. other than faintly feeling that the surroundings were full of malicious gazes. He actually couldn't detect any aura of enemies. Chu Yang was stunned. He reined in the horse and stopped. There's something wrong with this place. Wei Wuyan seemed to have seen through his doubts. He smiled bitterly and said, "This kind of place is like this. Ever since that powerful person folded the heavens, the border areas of the various big clans, which are actually the original folding points, seem to have been placed with restrictions. Even supreme martial artists, if they are below the 5th grade, can't use their divine senses and aura here. Only those who have reached the level of a supreme martial artist and above can use their divine senses to break through such restrictions and achieve the effect of unimpeded movement. Supreme martial artist of the 5th grade." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. These 4 words reminded him of an extremely important matter. This matter made Chu Yang's expression change completely. Chapter 895. From the Divine Soul of the First Tribulation Swordmaster. Chu Yang knew that there was an obvious boundary between the supreme martial artist level, and this boundary was called the boundary between immortals and mortals. Below this boundary were mortals. Above this boundary were immortals. And this boundary was supreme martial artist level. And now, the boundary of this restriction in the Black Blood Forest was actually also supreme martial artist level. How could there be such a coincidence? If it wasn't a coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement, then why? The more Chu Yang came into contact with these secrets, the more he felt that the heavens were really full of layers of unsolvable fog. And behind these layers of fog, there was only one truth, other than that powerful person who could fold the heavens. No one could find out this truth in these thousands of years. Chu Yang muttered, "Intermediate Supreme Martial Artist. It actually requires an intermediate Supreme Martial Artist." Wei Wuyan didn't notice his expression. He sighed and said, "That's right. Only an intermediate Supreme Martial Artist can break through this restriction, and it's only limited to himself. Although the heavens is extremely vast, how many Supreme Martial Artists above 5th grade have there been since ancient times? Moreover, why would an expert with such a cultivation level have any interest in the Black Blood Forest? Not to mention coming here specifically to break through the restriction. That's pure nonsense." Chu Yang thought for a while and couldn't help but laugh. Which powerful person would be so free as to come here specifically to test whether his divine soul power could break through this worthless restriction? Wei Wuyan said, "So, this is also the reason why this place can exist until now. Otherwise, this Black Blood Forest would have been swept by the big clans long ago. In the whole continent, there are more than 10 such places, and they form a circle around the whole upper 3 heavens, with the Yi clan in the center. There's actually such a strange place in the world." Chu Yang frowned. Wei Wuyan smiled lightly, and there was some mockery on his ordinary face. "Yes, because of the restriction of divine senses, the people in this place are all extremely daring. No matter who they're facing, they dare to draw their swords brazenly, because they don't know and can't tell whether the person they're facing is a martial artist or a 5th grade supreme martial artist." Chu Yang smiled. "Fight blindly? If a supreme martial artist really comes in, then wouldn't it be like a group of ants surrounding a group of elephants and attacking recklessly? And they're actually full of confidence to win? How ironic." Wei Wuyan couldn't help but laugh, that's right. At this moment, before Wei Wuyan could finish his sentence, a strange voice that sounded like a crow's caw could be heard. This voice was sometimes far and sometimes close. It was strange and eerie. Along with this voice, the surroundings seemed to be filled with eerie, ghostly aura. The laughter was still echoing, and it was getting worse and worse. The 3 of them pretended not to hear him and continued on their way. Regardless of whether it was Chu Yang's composure or Wei Wuyan's cultivation, They didn't take such a small trick to heart. That gloomy voice finally sounded, carrying an indescribable sense of mockery and ridicule as it said in a strange tone, "Oh my! Where did this friend come from? How awe-inspiring! How daring!" He actually galloped in the black blood forest without any restraint. Isn't he looking down on the fellow cultivators in the black blood forest? Following this voice, a wave of mocking laughter rang out in front of them. From the looks of it, they looked like a few fledglings. Ha ha ha. Fledgling? Old third, he. Don't tell me you want to eat meat again? Ha ha. Don't blame me for being greedy. These 3 pigs really look appetizing. Other than that rigid face, that young one and that little girl are all pink and tender. I'm drooling just looking at them. Ha ha ha. That rigid face must also be very chewy. Old third, he. You eat human flesh to replenish your energy. This time, you must be able to replenish your energy again. I hope I can eat them for a few more days. Ha ha ha. Slurp. This person seemed to be drooling as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I've been craving for them for a long time. I haven't seen such tender fat sheep for a long time. Just looking at them makes me feel that they're so delicious. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling. A wave of weird laughter. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "What old third he? Whether you're a human or a ghost, show yourself to me." When he first heard Wei Wuyan's introduction, Chu Yang thought that there must be a few good men in this lawless area. He even had the intention of recruiting them. But at this moment, ever since he heard the words look appetizing, little girl is all pink and tender, the king of hell Chu suddenly had a murderous intent in his heart. Sucking the blood essence of martial artists for one's own cultivation was an extremely evil method of cultivation. This cultivation method was very fast. He basically didn't need to cultivate. He only needed to know how to operate the cultivation method and then catch a living person to suck their blood essence. After that, he would be able to extract 1/10 of this person's cultivation as his own strength. But there was a restriction here, and that was the person who was sucked must be a living person. Often, after a person's blood essence had been sucked out, he wouldn't die immediately. That kind of scene was really tragic. This kind of cultivation method was cruel and inhumane. It had always been forbidden. He didn't expect that it would be so brazen in this place. This kind of person really couldn't be considered a human. Since this is the case, I have to train anyway. Let this king of hell start from here and kill my way to the heavens. With this shout, the movement in front suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, there was another commotion. That eccentric voice sounded even more arrogantly. "Scared me to death, scared me to death. It's actually a young master, huh? Ha! Old third he. It seems that you're going to worship him as your godfather. You still want to eat meat, haha. Isn't that the same as eating your own father?" With this angry shout, a few figures suddenly appeared in front. The person in front had a face like the bottom of a pot. His nostrils were facing the sky, and his ears were protruding. His hair was sparse, and one couldn't tell how old he was. He grinned hideously and said, "Who's the young master that spoke just now? Come out and let me have a look." Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he looked at these people in front of him. In the gloomy forest, there were many people hiding in the shadows, paying attention to the movements here. 5 people came out in front of him. If these 5 people didn't come out, it would be really hard to discover them. That was because they were all dressed in black. Even their skin was black. Even their eyeballs were almost completely white. Only when they moved would a trace of white appear in their eyeballs. Chu Yang looked over, just as Wei Wuyan said. He couldn't see the cultivation of the people in front of him. Among the 5 people, the one who spoke just now must be that old third he. Another one was thin and withered. He didn't weigh more than 25 kilograms. He squatted there like a big monkey. His mouth was sharp and his cheeks were like that of a monkey. He looked at Chu Yang with his eyes shining with a vicious light. Another one was fat and big. He was fat all over and had a hideous face. Another one was thin and tall, like a hemp stick. His head was actually sharp, like the tip of a spear. There wasn't a single hair on his sharp head. It was black and glossy, and there was only a circle of fine hair around his ears. The last one had his back facing Chu Yang and the others, so they couldn't see clearly what he looked like. At this time, that old third, he laughed hideously again. He stretched out his blood-red tongue and licked his lips. He looked at Chulu greedily and sucked another mouthful of saliva. Then he laughed weirdly and said, "Where's that young master who spoke just now? Your old third, he is here. Why aren't you coming out to accept my worship?" Wei Wuyan frowned. For this person to speak like this, he already didn't put his own ancestors in his eyes, not to mention loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. He really had no sense of shame at all. Chu Yang sneered and took a step forward. He said, "Your old third, he? I'm the one who spoke just now." However, with your unloved and unloved appearance, if I really have a grandson like you, I'll really jump out from my coffin, even if I die. Old third, he looked at him sinisterly with his pitch-black eyes. "Young master, since you don't like me, why don't you let me eat you? It'll also be a good thing for you, ha. Look at your tender appearance. You're still a virgin, right? You still have to torment yourself on a woman for a long time before you can give birth to a baby, right? Do you know how to torment yourself, ha. Chu Yang smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter how I torment myself, but I pity your parents. After tormenting themselves for such a long time, they gave birth to a super bastard like you. It's also a kind of tragedy. I'm just curious about one thing." Old third, his eyes flickered viciously. He actually tilted his head and made a curious look. "What's the matter?" "I'm just curious why your mother didn't strangle you to death the moment she gave birth to you." Chu Yang curled his lips. "You should look better when you're reborn." Old third, his face turned ugly. "Young master, I originally wanted to talk to you for fun, but you actually dared to speak rudely." Chu Yang was unmoved. He said, "Actually, I'm also sad for your father. Even if I let you stay like that, it's still much better than coming out to disgust people, right?" Laughter sounded all around. Even those who were on the same side as Old Third, he actually started to mock him mercilessly. Chu Yang's heart flashed. These people don't have any sense of camaraderie at all. Old Third, he roared, but the next moment, a ghastly sword light had already arrived in front of him. Chu Yang had already scolded enough. Why would he continue to talk to such trash? He would kill him first, but he didn't use his full strength for the sword. Killing people wasn't important. What was important was the experience gained during the battle. Besides, the opponent's strength was unknown. If he used his full strength rashly, once he was hit by a strong counterattack, he would definitely be exposed. At that time, if Old Third, his cultivation was high, even Wei Wuyan might not be able to intervene in time to save him. The sword was like a shooting star. Old Third, he roared. He suddenly turned his body, tilted his head, and dodged the sword. A few strands of sparse hair fell lightly. Old Third, he was flustered and exasperated. "So small. If I don't eat you alive today." Before he finished his sentence, Chu Yang's sword had already arrived in front of him again. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.